There's live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Greetings everyone. Welcome to the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have hyenas and vultures devouring a carcass. Welcome aboard to your very own safari live from the African wilderness. Greetings everyone, and welcome to the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have hyenas devouring a carcass. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Look at how beautiful this is. We've woken up to hyenas and vultures on having their morning breakfast. Now, this kill looks to be like from a lion. See, the wildebeest is a very big wildebeest there. Hyenas have come in. Oh, look at that hyena, how strong they are. So these are what we call the scavengers. The hyenas are the ones eating the carcass first. The vultures are waiting in line. So everything that is there is not going to be eaten by the hyenas. Although hyenas are known to devour even the bones and crack the bones. So whatever will be left out here will be scrapped by the vultures. Then we have a very big bird there. Big Jim is going to pan slightly to the left. We can see there's a marabou stork. Marabou stork, we call them the undertaker birds. These birds are known to only eat carrion, but sometimes the marabou stork will be up on ponds, especially when the ponds are drying up. They get the fish. We have lots of fish in the mud pools here. We call them the catfish. But then the vultures there, they can't kill prey, they only scavenge. We have Ruppel's griffon vulture there. We have the African white-backed vulture. But we've not had the big vulture. Sometimes I call it the Dracula vulture because of how the vulture walks to carcasses. Then we have a pecking order. When these vultures are devouring the carcass, they have to wait for the big vultures and then to the small vulture. The small vulture, which is called the hooded vulture, has not yet joined. Now, so many vultures have not come here because it's not warm enough. And some of them have been rained on. Oh, look at the hyena. How the face looks like very bloody. Look at the ribcage there. So the hyena to the left seems like a young one. And the one to the right seems like a grown up. Then we have what we call hierarchy in terms of when they're eating or devouring a carcass. The alphas are the ones that come first, and then the subordinates. So they have to respect the big hyenas, the alphas. So hyena clans are led by females, who we call the alpha female or the matriarchs. They are the ones who control. These are very nice breakfast to wake up to. So as we wait here, watching these hyenas devouring this carcass, I'm gonna take you over to another safari vehicle.
Jambo, hello, and welcome to another part of the Mara. And I can tell you, certainly, it's not this lioness that would have possibly brought that prey down, because quite a distance from where Tim is. Now, this lioness here belongs to the pride of lions that we call the River Pride, and it is on, I would say, northeast of the Mara. Very good morning, everybody. My name is David, and with me on camera is Bungay. Bungay, how are you, sir? Now, this is the lead female of the lionesses in this particular pride, and I know her because she got half a tail. She's definitely hungry, and most likely she's going to look for some prey. As Tom might have told you, please send us questions and comments on hashtag World Earth on Twitter, and also at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channel. I'm just trying to look where she could be leading to or what she could be looking for. The kids also, you may also do the same. Kids questions at worldearth.tv. And if you look carefully, there's another lioness ahead of her. It's 2 of them now, but the pride has 4 females. And I do not want to say they have 4 cubs because I've been saying that without seeing them. This is day 6. I have not seen those cubs. I'm not worried, but I'm starting to get there. She has been calling and calling every other day. When you see her in the morning, when you see her in the afternoon. But we haven't seen those cubs showing up. Now, the last male I saw with this pride is called Blondie. And I highly doubted Blondie was the father of those cubs. Well, until I go about 10 days, and I got 4 days to go, then I'll start to get worried what might have happened to those cubs. You could definitely tell she had suckle marks. And the last time I saw them together, I saw, all the cubs suckling. You'd see her playing with them. And they were all grooming together. Then the sisters would come in, or the aunties of those cubs. But 6 days without the cubs, to me, is just a bit worrying. We just talked with Bungay earlier this morning. What could have happened to those cubs? We would not want to think of the worst, but again, in the lion's dynamics, that happens. Hello, are you going to say jumbo to each other? And I think the cubs could be there. Let's see. If they're there, this will be news. Yes, there they are. Yes! I'm happy. It has taken me 6 days to see these cubs here. Hello, sister. Very well done. Taking care of those cubs. I don't know where they had hidden them, but I think, as I said earlier, Blondie is not the biological father of these cubs. And what they might have done is to keep the cubs away from Blondie. We haven't seen Blondie for 5 days, which is pretty good. And what I want to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is just to drive a little closer to those cubs. And I'm going to wave at them because I have missed those cubs. And I think this pride is doing very well to have taken care of these cubs. So just allow me to go there. It will take me another maybe 5 minutes. And this is quite exciting now. I'm full of joy. As I was saying, it takes 10 days to rule out a possibility of them being still alive, but I wasn't worried, as I said. And we'll definitely see you soon as we take you to another location.
No, well, David has found the cute-looking cubs. I hope they had something to eat, those lions there. So we're back to our vultures who was seated there waiting for the hyenas to have their food, and then they're joining. But I can see some vultures trying to get something from the carcass. But then the hyenas are not happy about it. Look at how the hyenas are eating. Yeah, come on, get off my food. So they'll not like or welcome those vultures in that kill. You can see another vulture coming in. Soon after, these vultures will be so many here. I'm sure some of the vultures have already seen this kill, so they'll definitely come to join. Thank you so much for your question. We call them the marabou stock and not vultures because look at the bill, how they are. Look at the body shape. Look at the entire structure. Storks are birds like that will definitely go after, sometimes kill. They'll go and hunt for themselves. Sometimes you see them at water pools getting some fish. So vultures don't go for their own kill. They only scavenge. That is the two big different things that compares the two. So the stork and the vulture are quite different. Look at the bill, how modified the bill is for pecking on the remains of the carcass. And the marabou stork sometimes will only get the kill from themselves and not scavenge at all. So this is the reason why. That hyena is not happy. Come on, get off. Sometimes the vultures nag other predators or scavengers at a kill. And the reason why that hyena is not happy. Soon maybe the clan might join in. Yeah, like I told you, they nag. That one is fed up. Okay, I'm gonna leave it for you. Yeah, the hyenas have been outnumbered. Just watch there in disbelief. Look at how these vultures are in that carcass. Oh yeah, she's back. Yes, I'm gonna have it to myself, okay. But then you don't have an option other than just leave and go. This carcass can be devoured in less than an hour. It will be completely cleaned off. So vultures are known to even eat at about, I would say, 20% of their body size just by within few minutes. As we watch these vultures here, I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
Hyenas and vultures do a very good job. You would imagine without the scavenging of these two animals here, it could be a very different world. Now, I've been able to follow the two lionesses and the cubs. I think this is their second den since they were born. Their natural den is about 2 kilometers from where we are. And the first den they relocated to is just below or behind those bushes. I can tell you again, I am full of joy to have seen these cubs that I have not seen for 6 days. And with my cameraman Bunge here, as I said earlier, we were debating what could have happened. Lincoln, good question. And I'll tell you, the survival rates of lion cubs is only about 30%. And I would say their biggest challenge, Lincoln, is hunger. When there's huge drought and not enough prey, we have seen lion cubs suffering from hunger, and that's the highest mortality will come from the lack of food. Well, number two, there's a bit of predation too, that will come either from hyenas, sometimes from huge birds of prey, like eagles, or occasionally, I would say leopards, but more hyenas, huge birds of prey, and leopards too. Thirdly, I would say they get diseases once in a while, and fourthly, once in a while, they also get snake bites. So 30% is the survival rate of lion cubs. And it's just taking a position there that to me is more resting than thinking of hunting what I thought initially the half-tail was planning to do. And what I want to do is to wait here a few more minutes and see if she's going to rise up. The pride male I was talking about earlier, called Blondie, was on the other side of the Masai Mara that we call the Greater Mara, because we are in the Mara Triangle. And he belonged to a coalition that we call the Triangle Boys, and there have always been 3 males. And he disappeared, and he went to the other side, and I think he tried to get new friends, and he was battered, and he came back looking in very bad shape. And I highly doubted he fathered these cubs. When I first saw them together, he didn't look very welcome by these females, and especially the mother of these cubs. So having gone 6 days without seeing them, I was thinking the worst of the cubs. But apparently they have separated. He is on his own the last time I saw him. And he has not rejoined the other two males. That is Fang and Halftail. I'm not sure whether Halftail is the father of this female here because both of them got half-tails. Maybe not. I'll just wait here, see if the mother, because I would want to believe right now she's suckling the cubs, and see if they're going to rise again. If not, they're going to take a huge loop and go close to where they are as we take you to another location.
Good morning and welcome to Ngala, where we're starting this morning with a clan of hyenas finishing off a Nyala bull. Now if you look closely in the grass there next to the ones on the right, you'll see the horns there. That's how we could tell it was a Nyala bull. You can see the white or yellow tips at the ends of the horns. So it was a full-grown Nyala bull. Look at this one with the leg in the mouth. So my name is Marna, and with me on camera is Gert. Now this is quite a nice scene to come across. Someone actually saw a pack of wild dogs earlier in this area, so there's a good chance that these dogs might have caught this Nyala bull, and that the hyenas just stole it from them. It was quite a windy evening, and still this morning there's a bit of a breeze going, so the predators definitely use that to their advantage. Just listen to them crushing the bone. And feeding very, very quickly. You'll notice that every now and again after they've taken a bite, they'll lift their heads and they'll look around. Because the sound of them feeding will also attract other scavengers and predators. So they need to be aware of their surroundings. Watch this one with a leg in front of us here. He keeps picking it up in his mouth, and this leg dangling from his mouth. And from that you can actually also see that it's a Nyala bull. They have these bright orange legs, or the lower leg. It's quite beautiful, the color actually. We'll see when he lifts it up. But these hyenas have incredibly powerful jaws. They're perfectly adapted to crush the bone and get through this carcass very quickly. There's actually still quite a lot of meat left there. Oh, I'm so glad that everyone can hear the bones crunching, or them crushing the bone. It is quite loud. Have a look at that hyena on the right. Quite a large hyena, that's probably a female. And you'll notice that she looks quite dirty. So I'm thinking she was probably lying in the water somewhere yesterday. Looks like there's mud on her backside as well as on her tail. Usually when it's hot, they will lie in the water just to cool down. But this was a lucky find for them. Oh, they're hearing something. Now they'll work through this carcass very quickly, unless other hyenas arrive and they try to take it from them. But they really are making quick progress here. Oh, she's got the backbone there, the one on the right. And usually when you're with hyenas feeding, you'll hear them make that distinct, that giggling sound. Let's see. When they interact with each other. Oh, show of dominance there. That female's clearly the more dominant one here. But see her tail compared to the one next to her. So I was saying, it looks like she was been lying in the mud somewhere. You often see that where the larger animals or the more dominant animals will bully the others off the carcass. Gremlins general, which animal has the strongest bite, hyena or crocodile? The bite force, so clamping down, I'd say a crocodile. I'm not exactly sure what it is for a crocodile, but I know it's much stronger than a hyena's bite. But for mammals, it's between the crocodile and the hyena, it's the crocodile, but the hyenas have an incredibly strong bite. I think it's 1,100 pounds per square inch. It's much stronger than that of a lion or a leopard. And they're perfectly adapted to scavenge and drag around heavy carcasses. If you look at that thick neck, oh, you're hearing something again. Thick neck, big head, large jaws, and then very well-developed front quarters, so they could drag around these heavy carcasses. A lot of people think that hyenas mostly scavenge, but in this area we actually see them hunting quite a lot. Chase, are hyenas closely related to dogs or wolves? They're actually not dogs. They're not cats either, and they're in an order of their own, I'd say. They do have some similarities with the dogs, I'd say, in the way they hunt and the way they den, but they are not related to dogs. I actually read that they're actually closer, or they're closely related to a mongoose. That's one of the closer relatives, but not to dogs. But the way they would hunt, like I was saying earlier, they actually do a lot of their own hunting, even though people do think that they scavenge, or they mostly scavenge. I think in this area, it's up to 50% of their, 50% of what they eat, they will catch themselves. And the way they hunt is they just run the prey down, and then they'll go for the vital organs. So they'll kind of just rip the animal apart, and it will die of blood loss and shock. See, the one in front here is slightly younger than the other two. Still quite fuzzy if you look at the side there. Now these are spotted hyenas, and also if you look at the coat of the one that's in front of us here, you'll notice all the little black spots. It's actually quite beautiful. The older ones, not so much. Peherio way. Now, that pack of wild dogs actually went in the direction that they keep looking in. But they ran across the riverbed. And these animals are master trackers. Hey, I think that one just found the stomach content there. Let's see. So it looked like it was still full, so that stomach's probably full of leaves. But what they'll do is they'll empty it out, and that hyena will probably eat the stomach lining. That young one keeps getting chased off the carcass. This female's she's being quite nasty towards them, so you've got to take what you can get. Now, normally you'll hear that growl when they hear something or when they spot something approaching, and then all the other hyenas know, and they'll all lift their heads and just look to see if anything's approaching. She's dragging it off. Pretty much just there's a bit of the ribs, a bit of the backbone, and then the head left. Now she's making it hard for us to see. Let's look at this one next to us here. What have you got? He's holding it with that front paw. Oh. That is incredible. Now, after you see things like lions also feed on a large carcass, they'll leave some of the larger bones behind, and they won't actually eat that. Hyenas will come in, and they'll eat all those bones. They'll crush those big bones, just like you can see them doing now. And then often when you see hyenas scat, it will just be these white, almost chalky balls that we see lying out in the bush. And it turns white like that because of all the calcium from the bone that they ingest. This one actually also has a bit of mud on the rear end there. Right, we'll stay with them till they finish this carcass, and then we'll see if we can maybe find those wild dogs.
Beautiful. So with the hyenas, since they have these massive jaws, can crunch through the bones. So good morning to everybody. Back in Djuma Private Game Reserve. My name's Andrew. On the camera, it's Neil this morning. So we start this game drive, look around for Tlalamba. But you know what now? See two pair of vultures sitting up in that tree. And I don't know, it could be maybe there's something happened here. They're sitting here for a reason. It's pretty cloudy today, so 16 degrees, 61 Fahrenheit, which a lot of animals in a condition like this, they're either well hidden or, you know, in a thicket. But these, you know, two pair of vultures, you know, I'm not sure, maybe they slept here. Still actually not good enough for them to move around in this kind of cloud, hunting around, unless if they came here yesterday and knowing what the reason they're here for. Of course, they're very good hunter vultures. They can, you know, when it's open sky, they fly right above, search for, pick up any thermos, also spot, you know, by that hunting when they do, hovering up in the air. You know, they just kind of maybe trying to think what they're going to do after this. It's a little wind picking up in this area. So Tlalamba thinks she was seen yesterday around in this area, but we can't pick up her track. The tracks, last tracks where she went, which we're still busy checking all of the roads here. And then hopefully we get luck this morning with the Tlalamba. We'll leave these birds be and carry on.
I am ecstatic, everyone. Ecstatic. We're here at the den, and this is round 2. Here's Ribbon. And here's I. Hello, it's me, Tswalu at BK, on camera with me this morning. And we're very, very happy to be at the den. So, like I said to you, I'm so excited because I'd come round once and they weren't here. And I thought, let's just swing by one more time. Just to... Because you never know, with a couple minutes difference and everyone will be out. And look at this, we've got Ribbon, her 2 boys. There's Gorky's little one at the top there. Hello, little. And then Hearts 2, which I am just so happy to meet. Look at this one rolling around. I am so excited. Since I've been back, I haven't seen them. So many cubs. It's just lovely to see. It reminds me of the last lot we had with Swazi and Ndebele Sotho when they were all very young. It's just lovely. We're seeing the next generation of the Juma clan right here. So we've established that Corky's little one is female, and so is one of Hearts. So that means we're seeing the future right here. It's so quiet as well. But everyone's exploring, sniffing. Quite surprised at the size of Corky's cub. Still, but you can see that she's starting to lighten around the face. We can even see little patches of lighter color on her fur. I'm always rooting for the little runts in the pack. So I'm very, I look forward to what the future has in store for that little one especially. Ribbon looks so unimpressed. She started off with just 2 and then all these other ones came about and now she's got to spend time with them too. Oh, that was quite sweet. That was one of Heart's cubs that she did that too. Rusty, you'd like to know what a hyena den smells like? It doesn't smell as bad as, or at least to me, as many people think that it does smell. Look at them watching this other vehicle approach. It's too cute. It smells like a pungent wet dog. Complaining and squittering because she's gotten up and they still want to be fed. How awesome is that? We'd have also been able to hear the black-headed oriole in the background. I'm so glad we got to spend some den time, and I'm going to hang around here for as long as Ruben does.
Yeah, we'll make our way straight here. Moving up.
So what a morning this is turning out to be. So we've got little wild dog pups in the road. You can see some of the adults in the background there. How lucky are we? Now, we were looking at the adults' faces and their necks, and they all have bloody faces. So I'm pretty sure that Nyala that we just watched, the hyenas finished, was taken down by these wild dogs. And you can see these puppies also have very full bellies, just playing around. It's nice and cool, so it's nice to see them so active. Look at those white tips to the tails. All right, they are. Watch the adult playing with them as well. Oh, they're whining. They're begging for food. A lot of the times when they do that, they'll lick the face and whine and act all submissively, and then the adult will regurgitate meat for them. Let's see if we can go a little bit further forward, see if we can get a better view there. X, I don't think so. I believe this pack might be a breakaway pack from the Orphan pack and potentially the Ngala pack as well. But no, not the same dogs that were in Juma. I'm not sure how many youngsters were there and how many adults, but we have 10 youngsters here. And yeah, I think 11 adults. I'm not sure if everyone's here. We just arrived, so we're going to have to count. Let's see. Here they are in the road. Look at that. Most of the adults have moved on though. Puppy's just lagging behind. Let's see how many pups we can count here. Oh, all 10 of them are here. Now the last time I saw them, there was one puppy that had a sore leg. And I'm not seeing him or her at the moment. Got another vehicle with us here. But it's the same amount of pups, so maybe it recovered, which is great news. I love the way they run. It's almost like a little trot. They just bounce. That one's got little black spots on the tail, the one on the left there, on the tip of the tail. Now these pups are still a little bit young to join in the hunt, so usually they'll lag behind when the adults are hunting, and then the adults will either come and fetch them, they'll come back to the area where they left them, or the puppies will slowly keep following them. And at this stage, they're quite vulnerable. A lot of the times, hyenas, like we saw earlier, they'll trail these dogs. And if they get hold of these puppies, then there's trouble. But they'll usually have one of the adult dogs keeping a lookout and watching over the puppies in the back. Cantrell, do these dogs ever fight with each other? They do indeed. And especially when we see different packs on the property. I've seen that before where we had a new pack coming in and there was a horrible fight. And they really injured each other quite badly, which wasn't nice to see because, this is an endangered species. And then they seem to hurt each other, which is not nice. But yeah, they do fight with each other, unfortunately. All right, let's see. They keep moving away from us. Just see if we can catch up with them again. They can move really quickly, especially if they're on the hunt. It can be quite tough to stay with them, but at the moment I think they're just settling down. They're not going to be hunting again this morning. I think they've all got full bellies. All right, we'll follow them for a bit and see where they settle.
Well, not much has changed here. Everyone's still exploring and having a good time at the communal den. They get so easily spooked at this age. And the sounds are just incredible. Hi, Tiamat. You'd like to know if there are any animals that will never hunt and always scavenge. Vultures, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 species, will always scavenge. There was another one I had in mind, and now it has escaped me. It was an unusual one. But definitely vultures. If it comes to me, Tiamat, I will let you know. But there was another one that I thought of. I actually didn't think of it now, but I was thinking about that exact same thing not too long ago. Scavenging is not a bad technique. It means that you don't have to invest too much energy, but you still get nutrients. Ooh. Oh, it's just so sweet to watch them. Just so sweet. Oh, Emily. Emily, how can you even ask me that? You asked who's my favorite hyena? How do I choose? Although I would tell you that I really like Sutu.
Well, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes these things will happen, and you'd imagine us broadcasting to you from the African wilderness. Once in a while, we face those technical challenges, but on the flip side, see what we got for you. I've been able to take the long loop I was talking about because the 2 lionesses went across a laga. A laga is like a drainage, very deep. And with all the rains we have in the Masai Mara, I could not cross it, but I thought I'll just go around to catch up with the 2 females. But above all, these 4 cubs that I have not seen for 6 days. I'm so full of joy. I'm so happy to see them all alive, enjoying the sunshine, moving around, to be in good health. Come out. 3, 1 to go. Look at them just walking out there. The 4th one has come out. Beautiful bundles of joy. Fluffy cubs. Hello, good morning. I've been able to identify of the 4, one of them is a female. So I'm still working on the other 3 to find out their sex. At this age, I would highly doubt, even if there'll be a male coalition takeover, chances are they would survive. And even when we get new males killing cubs, as happens with the lion's dynamics, the females sometimes just don't sit there. They'll always do something to protect the cubs. We have seen females, once they read such a message from a male, they'll always take the cubs such a long way and hide somewhere, and then come and keep the males busy. I once saw a scenario where a female clearly could tell there was a takeover coming in, and she knew her cubs were very young. So what she did was to hide them about 1 kilometer away from where this particular male was. Then she came back and she played games with him like she was in Istras. and they started mating. And once in a while, she would sneak very quickly, go circle the cubs, and make a U-turn before the male would wonder where the female has gone. Those cubs survived. That was an area called Laikipia, north of Kenya. They're going back to the mother and to the auntie. You can see some elephants in the background there. We just got perfect weather conditions, beautiful light. Now the female that had been taking care of these cubs, not sure is the daughter of the half-tailed lioness or a sister. I'm not very sure there, but I would say she is doing a very, very good job. Many times, the mother, who I think the one we are seeing there, has left the cubs with the sister or the daughter, gone hunting, and she would go for like a couple of hours, then come back. And you'd see how the cubs run, reaching at mom. Hello, mom, welcome back. We're a bit hungry. And not sure whether the sister, is able to also suckle the cubs. I would say so, because we know all the lionesses do the allo suckling. And she was out at night, maybe busy hunting. She's a bit snoozy. Angel baby, you're asking how old do I think these cubs are? I would just guess out of my head because I didn't know when they're born or, but I would guess they're anything 2 to 3 months, Angel baby. 2 to 3 months could be my guess, or would be a reasonable age for these cubs. Because the last I saw them, they had opened their, I saw that one of them opening the mouth, and apparently on their last kill, these cubs, one of them was feeding on a buffalo, and 2 months, 3 months is normal for cubs to start eating meat. Not sure you can hear some calling in the background there that sound like a lion roaring, but actually it is an ostrich. So 2 to 3 months should be the reasonable age for these cubs. Not sure where the two females are. And what will happen once the migration is gone, once the huge herds of wildebeests and zebras are gone, they'll be left eating the big game. And the last game, or the last prey I saw them bring down, was a huge buffalo male, and 3 of the 4 girls did that job, and they did very well. Now the cubs either have gone to some place and they've been told by the mother or the auntie, stay put, hide there for a few minutes, and then maybe come out later. And for that reason, I'll also stay right here as we take you to another location.
So we're still with this pack of wild dogs, and it seems like they have settled. So most of the adults are just laying on the grass in front of us here, and then the pups are just off to our right. Let's see. The puppies are still quite active. They're just playing around. And that's usually the case when you've got youngsters around. Oh, adults are also playing with them. Look at that. I love seeing them so active. And a lot of the times when you find them in the middle of the day, they'll just be sleeping. So it's nice seeing them play like this. Nice seeing the adults interact with the puppies as well. So we were actually just checking. So the last time that we saw them, there were actually 11 pups. And I think that little one with I think that leg was broken, but I think we've lost that pup. And then there was one with a really bad wound on the lower back, but he or she seems to be doing just fine. But you know, that's how it goes. As I mentioned earlier, they are quite vulnerable at this age, with other predators or scavengers potentially taking them out. And their biggest threat is actually lions, and we have a lot of lions in this area. That's the most natural cause of death.
Yeah, Doug, I'm currently...
So as I mentioned earlier, it is overcast this morning, you can see that, which means that they'll stay active for longer. So we're in luck. We'll see them playing around for most of the morning, I'm sure. Now these dogs are unmistakable. I mean, you can see those large round ears they have. So there's nothing else out here that has those satellite-like ears like these dogs. I mean, if you compare it to hyenas have much smaller ears. And then those blotches on the sides are so beautiful. And then I'm sure some of you have heard the other name for them, which is the painted wolf. And I actually prefer that name, because quite often when you say wild dog, people think of a feral dog or something, and I feel like it kind of takes away from them. And they really are special creatures. These puppies are having so much fun. Oh, this is good for them to play around like this, to chase each other around and tackle each other. It's good exercise, and they're practicing their hunting skills as well, strengthening their muscles as they're running around. Now these wild dogs are very, very efficient when it comes to hunting. They're actually the most successful hunters out here. And 70% of their attempts will be successful. 70 to 80%. Which is very high, much higher than a lot of the other carnivores like lions and leopards and even cheetahs. Really, really efficient hunters. Does that one have something in its mouth? Just trying to see. A lot of the times with these pups, you'll see one of them picking something up. Now, it could be anything. It could be a pile of elephant dung, or it could be a bone or a stick. And then it would start prancing around and just kind of showing off to the other pups, look what I've got. And then, they'd all chase that puppy around. It's very entertaining. The adults are just watching them now. They've actually settled in quite a nice area. It's nice and open, so we've got a great view of them. We're going to stick with them for a little bit longer, and we'll send you over to one of our other guides.
Hyenas are also quite efficient hunters. I'm sure you saw on the dam cam recently, Falco made a kill. And I've seen, I can't remember if it was Fika or kikau, one of the clan males. I've seen them make a kill live in front of me. Well, it was not live at the time, but as in front of me. It was quite spectacular. When we look at them, we're so used to this idea that they're just scavengers, but I'm sure the more you watch, and our seasoned viewers would know that they are formidable hunters. You'll just see them run through a herd. And one unlucky one becomes breakfast, lunch, or supper, or a snack. I'm so happy to see Corky's little one, even though it's so tiny compared to everybody else, is really holding its own. Can hopper? That's a really interesting question. I don't think I've ever gotten it before. You'd like to know why hyenas have such white teeth. Is it because they're always crunching bones? The teeth of youngsters are quite white. And of course that would be because they haven't had much wear and tear just yet. But if you look at the teeth of adults, they do start to yellow just a little bit. But I must admit that it's still not as much as I've seen with some leopards and lions. It possibly is because of the calcium that they extract from bones. Also, the youngsters... Oh. That ear must hurt. Because the youngsters are nursed for such a long time, they're also getting quite a lot of calcium from mum's milk. It's a train of bites. One had the other one's bottom. Whoa! See what I mean? Corky's little one is strong. She's been playing a lot with hearts too here. Which is... Look at them. Diana, you just asked it straight up. You say, is Corky a poor mother? Because that little one looks hungry. I think it's rough to call Corky a poor mum. Remember that Corky is now a lower ranked female, although I'm a bit skeptical about how low ranked, because I think that she seems to have quite a good relationship or bond with Ribbon. But we don't see Corky as frequently as I would like in order to really establish what their bond is like. And whether she's a poor mother, I don't think so. The little one is small, sorry. But that can also be a result of her ranking, Corky's ranking. Where a female hyena lies in the hierarchy can greatly affect how much nutrients this growing fetus has. And how much stress, when I say stress, I mean stress in a biological sense, how much stress that little one is actually inheriting in the sense of free radicals, which are basically molecules in the body that just want to strip electrons. And we call that oxidative stress, and it's actually been found that with lower ranking hyenas, they experience a lot more of that. You know, when you take antioxidant supplements, you're basically trying to combat that within yourself. Now, obviously, they don't have antioxidant supplements, and to be honest, you should be getting all the antioxidants you need from your diet, not the supplements, but that's just a side note. And those type of deficiencies, if I can say, can cause the cub to be smaller. Although I must say that this cub is markedly smaller, given that we saw her the first time in first week of July. I think it was around the 7th of July or so. She is very tiny. Now, that also being said, Corky does not come to the den as often as the other mums do from what we've seen. And remember, we only see them for just a small portion of the day, and that's if the den is active at all. But hyenas will actually, like other mammals as well, but particularly I know for sure with hyenas that a mum who visits her cub less frequently will produce a more nutrient-rich milk. So she may not produce more milk, so I'm not saying that the quantity is larger just because she's visiting it less frequently, but the quality of the milk will be better than a mother who visits the cub more frequently. Now, with many other mammals, including us, the less a baby nurses or less a mum nurses, then she stops producing milk. But with hyenas, she will continue to produce very nutrient-rich milk if she's not visiting the cub frequently. Again, that's quality, not quantity. And if you look at the cub, she's strong, she's curious, she's developing correctly, or at least what we know is correctly. She's holding her own. She's just smaller. And there could be other developmental issues going on that we don't know about. But nothing that looks like it will affect her survival too badly. Jolly Whiskey, you'd like to know how much Corky's rank affects the cub's development? In the same vein as what we were just talking about, but now we're going to talk about once the cub is born, because before we were talking about how her rank affects the fetus as it's growing. Well, Jolly Whiskey, as Corky's rank stays the same, because during this time she could increase her rank, we don't know. How much Corky eats and how well and healthy Corky is depends on her rank. And of course, like any mother in the world would know, how your health will affect your youngster's health. So if Corky eats very well, going back to the quality of the milk that we are talking about, if she's not eating well, regardless of what the papers and things say, she's not going to be able to produce a very nutrient-rich milk that she needs to in order to compensate for the gap between feeds. So Corky needs to eat well. Her eating well also depends on her rank. Higher ranked individuals, especially the matriarch, she's going to be eating the best. She's going to have priority at carcasses. She's going to have priority to anything that she finds. Other hyenas will be chased off it. Priority for shady spots. And like I said, less free radicals than the lower ranked females. So Corky will need to eat well to produce that good quality milk that she needs to. And also it means that Corky will not be able to bring meat back to the den, because if she does, Ribbon's two cubs, which are outranking Corky's, Ribbon's two cubs will get to it first, and that's only if Ribbon is not there herself to take advantage of that meat. Think of it as, in a very basic way, a king and peasant kind of way, in that the royalty will get everything first and the peasant gets the leftovers kind of thing, unless they're on their own and not in the company of the royalty. So really, really interesting stuff, and we'll continue to chat about that in a bit.
A very warm welcome to everybody. A nice chilly 5 degrees Celsius, or a nice frosty 41 degrees Fahrenheit. It's quite cool this morning. No wind. It is absolutely bliss out here, and we have decided to come and take a look at the rock stars to see what is going on. There's been no activity as of yet. There is tracks on the burrow entrance. You can see that raised section of soil. So that would have been the disturbance made from these animals basking out in that setting afternoon sun. My name is Carl. Welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. And what we're doing here is an update on these little guys, just to see what is happening with these pups. They have moved burrows, and they've changed burrows 2 or 3 times already. So fingers crossed somebody's here, but we're going to have to take a look. It's very, very early for those little ones to be moving, especially the distance they've moved from burrow to burrow. So I might be the bearer of bad news today, unfortunately. But we'll see. Fingers crossed that these little guys are here. Hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend. You're well rested for the week ahead.
So we're still with the wild dogs, and the puppies have been up and down. And then just a few seconds ago, some of the adults got up, and it was almost as if they felt like they were missing out on something. They ran in and they started playing with the pups again. But now they're settling down. Seems like the pups have pinned down one of the dogs there. So incredible. Once the adults start playing with them, they do that twittering noise. It's almost a bird-like sound, and you'll hear that before they go on hunts. And they do this pre-hunt rally where they get super excited and they rally everyone up before the hunt, and they all make this twittering sound. You'll see the tails up, and they run around in circles. They defecate and urinate everywhere. It's a big party. Some of the adults playing there as well now. Sunsilk, why are they endangered if they have such a high success rate? So with concerns to hunting, yes, they're very successful, but they have very large home ranges. So there have been a lot of human conflict, which hasn't been great for them. And then also a lot of the parks, don't want these dogs because they do make quite a big dent in the smaller antelope populations. If you take something like lions, for instance, in this area, they cover an area of about, that one just regurgitated some meat and then the adult ate it again. I think the puppies might have gotten some scraps there. But something like a lion, or a pride of lions, would have a territory of about 150 square kilometers in this area at least. And then with concerns to wild dogs here, they'd have 3 times as much as that. So they'd have up to 450 square kilometers, in some areas even more. So it's quite a large range. And a lot of these wildlife areas these days are confined. So it's really difficult. But there are a lot of things that are against them. They're susceptible to a lot of diseases like canine distemper and rabies, which they'll pick up from other, sometimes domestic animals. And snares is also, that's a very big problem with them. So, and then they were also, until the 60s, they were still they were still killed in national parks. In the early days, people kind of saw them as vermin, and they were shot because they were killing the herbivores. But then later on, people realized that they're actually quite special, and that stopped. But the biggest natural cause of death, like I mentioned earlier, is definitely lions. Other predators tend to try and get rid of them. Well, any of the predators try to get rid of each other because it's competition. But this pack seems to be doing very well. I mean, it's a pack of 21, which is quite a big pack. There's a dog to the left here that's got a floppy ear. Let me just see what's happening there. Maybe it... Oh, that's quite cute. Cartilage or something got damaged, but... I don't know, one of the adults. See that right ear? It's just quite floppy. Makes it look very sad. It's even got blood on its tail there. Now, with something like lions or leopards, usually after they've been around a carcass, you'll see them immediately starting to groom themselves and clean themselves. And then they'll be quite clean when you see them lying around like this. But with the dogs, they're usually quite dirty. I mean, you can see on all the adults, they have bloody heads and faces. And they'll help clean each other. And they'll clean themselves, but they're not too fussed. It's also why they have such a strong smell. And we can't smell them at the moment because we're setting up wind. Well, Kay, how much sleep do these dogs get? Well, they're actually quite active, much more active than a lot of the other predators around here. And they'll actually, you'll see them hunting early mornings and late afternoons. But yeah, once, they've probably been active since really early this morning when it just started getting light enough for them to see what's going on around them. And I'm sure they've been running around just hunting, and they were successful with this nyala. Maybe they even caught something before then. So I think they they deserve this rest. But it's also not like they passed out. Every now and again you'll see them getting up and they run around a little bit and then they lie down again. But yeah, this afternoon they'll probably get up again and then they'll do the same thing. Yeah, so I'd say, that midday they'll sleep if it's really hot. And then at night they also, obviously they sleep. They don't hunt at night like the other predators, just to eliminate competition with things like lions and leopards.
We're back to Tswalu again, where we didn't actually get luck with the Kalahari, but we got a small herds of elephants moving into the bush, and this is, I think it's all morning animals we just come across herds of impalas also. They were just fluffy, puffing up because of the condition of it. Cloudy was, it's not very windy, but still for them not great to move around to the open. As you can see, also these elephants, it looks like they're also going to move into one of the drainage line system. But with the elephants, they like weather like this, where it's not windy, and they can able to feed and get to move, as they're well known of animal that they'll stand for so much longer time for them to able to sustain their body in terms of feeding and of course grazing, browsing, pulling tree down for probably a root they eat for. There's quite a lot of plants elephants out here eat. Not only grasses, but they would dig underground for tubers, and that's what they eat, get moisture out of those, but also peel off the bark or debark for combium layers. When it's dry, so happy with this kind of, we just, moved from the winter now. We just between kind of spring, and there's still a lot of grass. So what they do, all mixed feeder will pull off grasses, tumble the grasses, get rid of the soils on the roots of the grasses, and it's how they feed. And then now this just seems to be static behind that brush. It's probably because maybe the matriarch, it's a leader in this group, whether she's in this group or other group, which usually they form big number of animals together in a herd. So it's probably that matriarch, she's not here or here, then she'll be able to lead them wherever they need to go. So we'll actually, I'm going to stay for another moment here.
It's always nice watching elephants, especially when they have the calves. Back here in the Mara, we have a very interesting bird called the white-browed cuckoo. Now, these birds, we call them the water bottle birds or the rain birds. Especially when it's about time to rain, these birds call like water dripping in a bottle. Now, most of the time you find that Africans believe that when these birds call, it will rain. Now, this bird is hunting for some insects on the ground. In this part of the Mara, we have the white-browed cuckoo and we have the black cuckoo. So the black is actually entirely almost black, while the white-browed cuckoo has the brown on the back. Look at the very sharp and beautiful looking tail. Got something there interesting. Maybe some insect hiding away in the long grass. Sometimes we find these birds in solitary movement like this one here. Also, you can find them in pairs, especially when they're mating, but always found solitary. Very cool looking bird. Look at how he's watching over, waiting for that, whatever is there, to come out. Yeah, maybe hiding in the long grass there. You always see them in trees, but when there's something to eat on the ground, they'll always be walking on the ground, taking advantage of the long grass. It seems like whatever is going there is giving him a hard job. Very interesting bird. Look at how he blends in. You can't really tell there's a bird there. Very beautiful. I like the way they forage when they're finding food, because sometimes you find that they even walk into the bushes and scrap whatever they can find and then come up, eat in the tree. I've once seen this bird fighting with a big snake. I'm not sure whether he was going for the snake, but it was interesting to watch. It was a black mamba, so he got into a burrow to get a crawling insect, and then the black mamba came out. So the bird was fiercely fighting over that snake, but then he was lucky to fly off. It seems like whatever he's eating is giving him a hard time. There you go. Did you find something? Yes, I think so. Back into the bush. Yeah? Got something? Not quite sure. He's calling over for a mate. Still determined to find whatever is hiding in the long grass. As we wait for him to find something, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
And these three are just too determined to pull some fur off each other. They've been having the time of their lives. You'll just see them behind those branches there. They've been running around like crazy, slipping, falling. Such a joy just to watch them grow, and I so look forward to it because, like I said, in that lot of Lesotho, Swazi, and Ndebele, Plonk, and Paddy, that was Ruben's other youngster. It was just amazing to watch them grow. I'm waiting for these other two to finish nursing, and then they too will come through and be part of all the fun. It's quite interesting to note that Hearts 2, as well as Corky's little one, came quite close to the vehicle. So that streak of curiosity and courage is building. Isn't it just great to have siblings and other age group individuals within your age group? It's like having somebody in your world. And there's now 5 of them that can share this world. So cool. I love siblings. I think they're amazing to have. Chris, you'd like to know if these cubs are even aware of rank yet. They absolutely are. As soon as that baby, just born little thing, detaches from its mother's placenta, as soon as that happens, if the mother has twins, the other cub is ready to tackle, and they've already established a dominance between themselves. I saw a wonderful quote, and I'm probably going to butcher it, but it was along the lines of, no sooner is a hyena cub released from its mother's womb than it has to start defending itself and fighting for its rank. Do I have the book here to read the quote properly? No, I don't. It just really epitomized the lifestyle of hyenas. Rank is so important. Dominance is so important. Who's who. And I say it's so important because it affects their survival so greatly. It also changes things up because hyena social dynamics and the structure is openly competitive, even though it is nepotistic, that being that family members, direct family members, can affect each other's ranks, as would cubs and a mum that's high ranking or low ranking, but it's openly competitive. So things can always be shuffled around. And I think Corky is a great example of that. Plonk used to rule the roost with the cubs. He was big, he was strong. And now we look at Corky's cub and she's so little. Although I think she's still very, very strong. And so they are definitely aware of it, Chris, right from the moment that they are born. I suppose on a molecular level, with the release of certain hormones and certain molecules within them, they are already kind of expressing aggressiveness. Aggressiveness is not the right word, but that kind of innate feeling that they've got to hold their own. Kind of an extreme feeling of survival. I've got to make it through, and I'm going to look after myself. Hi, Janessa. You'd like to know if there's an animal that would come to the den and would kill and eat the cubs. Couple things to talk about here. Generally, this den entrance is quite large, but that's just the part that we're seeing. Inside, the whole shaft will be much narrower, so that a big predator like a lion will not be able to fit in. Even a leopard will not be able to fit in. I think maybe a wild dog would probably get the furthest in, but even so, these cubs will be able to get into a spot in this network of shafts that they would have, so this would have already existed, but they would have scratched around and dug a little bit more. They would escape into these narrow shafts to try and avoid the predators, which they will do. And they will be able to do well because of the size of it. But if they are out and about, any other predator would kill them. They wouldn't particularly go out hunting for them, but if a lion had to come past now, it would definitely fixate on the cubs and try to kill them. But it would first have to deal with the adult. We saw a good example of that with the Corky and the dark-maned Avoca male in December of 2018, I think, when he managed to sneak up on the den. Oh, got a pile up there. He managed to sneak up on the den. It was spectacular. And he got Corky by the thigh. But he went after the adult first, and the cubs knew exactly what to do. Plonk, just bolted straight into that den. Now, the other part of your question was whether they would eat the cubs. They would, in a frenzy especially. You'll see male lions will eat lion cubs and things like that, but they're not seeking to do that. It happens as part of the frenzy. And obviously they're still going to get some nutrition from them, although most predators build up more toxins in them than herbivores do. So it's not the safest meat to eat, but does offer a lot of protein. And if they're in that frenzy, they will definitely eat the cubs. Now, the reason that they would kill this cub if they came across them is that innately they want to eliminate competition. And that goes for leopards finding lion cubs, lions finding leopard cubs, wild dog pups, especially lions seem to get wild dog pups quite a bit. So this den offers them the best protection, the den accompanied by the adult.
A hyena den is like, I would call it what? Is like a very solid home, or those homes that are dug underground where nobody can reach the cubs. If anybody or any predator reach the cubs, of hyenas in a den, then I do not know what other haven they could be in. Lions or lionesses may not do the same, but what they do, their dens are either under rocks or crevices of rocks, under some drainages, and that's the best places they would be able to hide their cubs, but they will not enter in holes like the hyenas would do. Now, this is the second den of these particular cubs of the River Pride, and not where they were born. And I think the mother must have eaten last night, and for that reason, she's having a nap, and the cubs are right in that thicket that you're seeing there. Those thickets there, that's where the 4 cubs went in. It's rather chilly outside, and I would imagine, just like the hyenas communicating to their cubs, the mother here has given them some instructions on what exactly to do. I've been waiting for them to come out for the last 10 minutes, and they haven't done that. And what I want to do is to do another one huge loop, because of these 4 girls in this particular pride. 2 are here and 2 are not. Trying to imagine maybe the other 2 could be having a kill elsewhere, or they could be doing something else. And definitely after some time, I'm going to swing back here. The pride male I've been talking about, called Blondie, has not been here. And you see something? Let me just move this way. Go on. I was wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Just hold on. I was wrong, I think. These cubs are very funny. It's not where I thought they were. They're on the beach. I was wrong. I didn't see them even going there. I've been keeping an eye to the mother, but they have decided to go to the beach. How cute is this? This is something I've never seen before in my life. Now, one thing I'll tell you, these cubs are very shy. I do not know for what reason. Every time they go to a spot, and Bungay just puts the camera on their faces, they're leaving that spot immediately and either hiding or going back to the mother or to the auntie. But from where we are, they cannot see us. I do not think they can see us. And like all other cubs, now see all what they're doing. Playing with sticks and branches. And one of them enjoying this stream, because yesterday you might have noticed it wasn't me or Timothy that you saw on the drive, in the Sunset Drive last night, because we had huge storms of rain in the Masai Mara. And sorry, we couldn't broadcast because we had to protect our very expensive camera gear. So we just powered down and we were sad we couldn't do much. But we were out early this morning, and these cubs have made my day. I was earlier talking of my small little worries, going 6 days without having seen them. But so far, so good. They've cut some small little leaves there of a mint or some basil that you see there on your camera. And they're either sharpening their teeth, strengthening their teeth, and I'm guessing they're getting a bit of warmth from the substrate there. And the mother and the auntie just about 20, 30 meters away, maybe 20 from where these cubs are. Beautiful bundles of joy. To me, they look in good shape. If you look at them, the physiology is fine. They have been suckling okay. The mothers have been very well fed. The half-tail mother. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, should you have any comments or questions, please send them through to hashtag World Earth on Twitter or at FC in the comments section of the YouTube chat channels. The kids, if you think the small cubs are also small like you, please do the same. Kids questions at worldearth.tv. And now they're climbing away from the stream, and most likely they want to go to where mom and auntie are. Let's find out where they're going to come out from. So this is their second den. After where they were born, the mother relocated them. And what a treat they have given us. I initially thought of leaving this sighting and coming back later, as I had said, but now I'm changing my mind. I'll spend a few more minutes here as we take you to another colleague of mine.
Good morning. Look what we have here. Just an African elephant. This animal just had water at Ndlovu Dam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Norman, and behind the camera is OD. Welcome to Eco Training Prideland Conservancy. So these 4 elephant bulls just had like a drink here at Ndlovu Dam, slowly making their way up on top of the crest. The weather is really, really nice. It's not hot. We have like a very cool breeze. The whole sky is covered with clouds. It's just like a perfect weather, but it's a little bit chilly. I think this animal just keep on going up on top of the crest of our canteen, and that's where it's a little bit warmer for them. And I think most of the animals prefer such animals. We're just gonna...
Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. What were you trying to do? Don't do that again without mom's instruction or your auntie. The 4 cubs, 3, very quickly, I was just trying to reposition the car, crossed that stream there. This is quite unusual, and the mother is calling them now. Look at where they are, on the edge of the stream. Pretty precarious, pretty dangerous where they are. They could easily slide and fall in the water. The stream is fast flowing, according to me, for the sizes of these cubs. I don't know what got into them. One just crossed, the other one followed, and the third one followed. And the fourth one that you just saw almost got washed away. I mean, they cross once in a while, but this is with the instructions of the mother. And I've seen mothers holding cubs by their necks. I'm sure you know how they do it, holding them to cross. But this tiny one did not make it. Now the auntie doesn't look worried. She's either going back to where she was, and look at that! How beautiful, look at that! 1 crossing, 2 to go. What a highlight. Now let's see what the other 2 are going to do. 1, 2. Are you going to jump? Be careful. Engage your 4-wheel drive fast. This is super, super cool. And this is what Wild Earth is all about. Okay, are they cooling? Just listen. I'll be totally quiet for you just to experience this natural happening here. Well done. 3, 1 to go. How cool is this? My day is done. I will vote for these cubs anytime. They have won my day. As we have always said, every day in the bush is like a new chapter in a book. Doesn't matter how many years you spend out here, how many drives you do in a day, but every 1 minute, it will be a different experience. That was my first in my guiding career. Super special. Bungay on camera this morning is just trembling. He can't believe it. And I'm telling you, what we have seen is real, and to me very special. Now they have come out, and I'm sure they may have a bit of play now, maybe to warm up, because they're all wet with their fluffy fur on the body. Very well done. Excellent. Congratulations. And that's why you notice in the lionesses in a pride, there'll always be one female left with them. Now, this is the auntie or the daughter or the female have been thinking that could be the daughter of the actual mother, and she has been doing a very good job. The mother is not the one who went down to rescue the cub that was almost drowning. It's this female. Now, I've never seen these cubs suckling this female, as much as I guess that could be a possibility. I have always seen them nursing from the half-tail, who actually should be their biological mother, unless otherwise. One is a female of these 4 cubs. I'm yet to identify the sex of the other 3. They have made my day, and I might put it that this might be my stay for the next maybe 1 hour or so, as you come back to me from maybe a colleague of mine in another location.
Beautiful. I'm also glad to hear that the all cubs cross the river safe. It's kind of like we got luck with kept buffaloes here after we left this herd of elephants on our way back to one of the dam. But we took them. There's a whole herd already crossing from the north. Looks like we're going to have a herd of buffalo the whole day in Juma. Since you can see all of these males just stationary right in the end of the herd. This is how they cooperate, making sure that it's all safe behind them. A lot of time they get followed by the lions. So trying to wait here. We're very much on the edge of the group. There's nothing appearing after them, so it looks like it's nothing follow them probably if there is anything. And then it should pop out soon. But these bulls are the one that are always making sure the herd is always safe right in front as the whole move through. And it was a visual of that just for everyone that has us yesterday morning about these young buffalo that couldn't keep up with the group. And then, the mother's still around and a young one still limping behind the herd, but already crossed. So it makes my heart a little happy this morning that nothing happened to that yet. You can see these all, it's something to do with maybe they want to drink water, so a lot of them already, so they need a lot of water. And this is how they're going to continue drink, move out to the grazing lands again, and visit water quite often during the day. The buffalo are a very strong animal, so even lions hunt them. It's always lions that have a skill hunting this animal. We're looking at this bull that's standing here, and then it's not a chance for 2 lionesses. It's going to be a lot of work. A lot of time the bunch of male, they don't really help each other. One's got caught and the rest run. But it's always very good when they're in this herd where they will all herd turn around if they found that one of their friends been caught down by lions, and they were just going to run back to that area and they're trying to help. And they're good at that. But of course that's why they form herds. They all look after each other there. There was an oxpecker trying to feed as much as it could. The oxpeckers, they eat ticks, and sometimes they pick on the red flesh. So we're going to drive around. Hopefully we meet them on the other side as they're moving south from here.
Well, we are still here, still having a great time. Ribbons too have just been suckling the entire time. Now when those two get up, I'm sure it's going to be mayhem here. 4. There you can see very, very clearly the claws that we'll see on the track. Especially if there's a really nice substrate, then you'll be able to see the claws very well. See the 4 toes, and you see the pad that's doubly lobed. There we go. So not 3 lobes, but 2 lobes. So a hyena track is very, very easy to identify. Also, their toes are not very round. They're kind of oval / banana shaped, like a fat banana. Incoming. Well, the other 3 have been on top of the termite mound, trying to figure out how to get down. I love SA. You'd like to know how Ribbon's male cubs will deal with the ranking. So that tells me already that you know that females are higher ranked than males, but because they are the cubs of the matriarch, they are higher ranked than everyone else. Doesn't matter that they're male. But it does mean, of course, that they can't take over the matriarchy. So they'll still have preference being the matriarch's youngsters, but they will have to disperse. If they don't disperse, it means that they won't be able to mate, because they will generally not mate within the clan. So they can stay within the clan and enjoy the benefits of being kind of the princes, matriarchs to young boys, but they will not be able to reproduce, won't be able to mate, and that being the biological reason for life, that's what everyone is working towards. Oh. It's useless not to be able to mate, so they will generally disperse. A very, very few percentage will stay within the clan. Now, when they become immigrant males to another clan, they'll start right at the bottom. No preferential treatment or anything like that. But it means that they will get to mate. So a good life ahead for these two. Good as in the quality, food that they get, nice spots they can occupy, good space, good spots of shade. That's very important in the animal kingdom. Finding a good place to rest. They will have all those advantages, but will not be able to mate. And obviously, they won't be able to take the matriarchy. I'm not sure if you just saw that. The reason that I laughed a little bit was a tiny little whirlwind had been created near the den there, and it scared everyone. So amazing to watch them. Little things that amuse them. They're going up and down this mound, up and down, trying to figure out the best way to get up and the best way to get down, which is always more difficult. Well, hopefully Ribbon will stick around for longer, because I'm really enjoying our time at the den.
All right, and they're up, feeling that it's time to emerge. Obviously, after the cold night we experienced last night, they would have come out a little bit later this morning. And now that those sun rays are really starting to warm up the landscape, they have decided it is time to greet the world. Oh, and There's number 2. So as I said earlier, I hope I'm not the bearer of bad news, but this is the column, the rock stars that 2 weeks ago had signs of pups. And we're going to confirm today if these little ones are still with us. You've got to take into consideration that the elements and how much things are moving out here, that there's always a chance that something will happen along the lines. It's only part of nature. Belly straight towards the sun. I mean, look how magical it looks with the grass just in between them, the landscape at the background. How beautiful. So there should be 6 out of this group, so 2 is up. And you'll slowly see the activity starting to increase. Individuals coming out and just making sure that the area is 100% safe, because this is where a predator would take an opportunity on these early rises, emerging from the burrow, African wildcats sitting at the burrow entrance, or even a honey badger. And as soon as that animal emerges, that's an opportunity. If you take a look when the meerkat looks this way, I want you folks to focus on the eyes. Look how dark the eyes are. They've got black rings encirculating the eyes. And that dark ring around the eye is actually absorbing sunlight and eliminating glare. They are diurnally active, so not emerging out of this burrow under the cover of darkness unless absolutely necessary. If there was a big threat, if something actually followed them down there, that's when they would obviously book it to another burrow. But only coming up once the sun has risen. And being diurnally active, those dark rings around the eyes are invaluable tools. So they work almost like sunglasses to eliminate the glare and allow the animal to see around or its surroundings in a nice clear manner. Beautiful. A lot of grass in front of us over here. Nice bit of cover. But we'll start losing a little bit more grass now until we have the next big rains. This is grass that's grown from last year's rainy period. And it's all sour grass, a very dominant grass within this area that we're in now at the moment. Hence the name sour grass. When it's flowering, it actually has this sour, almost like musky sour smell to it. Very pungent and very easy odor to pick up in the bush. Picking up your senses and allowing yourself to tune in is really nice. And picking up different smells and knowing what the smells are is quite amazing.
If there's one creature that excites me are the meerkats. Their social interaction is so interesting to watch. Back here in the Masai Mara, we have lots of wildebeest on the move. These herds are moving to join other herds that have gathered near the Masai Mara River. We call this the nomads because they don't have permanent homes. They migrate from Tanzania to Kenya, back and forth. We are in the Masai Mara Game Reserve, an extension of Serengeti National Park, which falls under the one same ecosystem. These nomads will always be here at this time of the year, beginning of July or mid-July to mid-October. During this time, they will be crisscrossing areas and areas in search of pasture land. They are bulk grazers. So when they walk, they eat lots of grass. So we're going to watch them here as they walk in single files towards the other herds that are grazing.
Commission. I mean, these cabs continue to amaze me because, they have finished playing their games in the water or low games, and now they're playing high balls. Look at that. That was about 2 meters height that she went up and just jumped down again. Now, the aunt is not very impressed. I'm not sure whether she is going to reprimand that particular one. And that one is the one that led the other four to cross the river. I've just been debating for the last few minutes. Why did they decide to do that? Maybe you might also throw in your feelings or thoughts. Hashtag Wildlife on Twitter or what else in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Why did the cabs cross the river to the other side? The mother and the auntie on the other side of the stream, but they made that dangerous decision, and you saw almost one of them got washed away by the stream, and very quickly the auntie, or the caretaker, if I may call her that, came down to the stream and rescued her. Well, I would imagine at this age, they're not very, they're just adventurous, I would say. And they would take they would make some dangerous moves, or some moves that are not very clever, which would cost them a lot. I'm not sure that's male or female. To me, looks like a female looking carefully. I've always said I have identified one female here, and maybe this could be the day to tell the sex of the other three. These cabs are quite adventurous, full of energy now. And I'm sure they have warmed up, having been wet by going that stream. And Bungay, who is on camera today, was telling me we have always gone to the Mara River to watch wildebeest and zebras crossing the river, but today we are watching lion cubs crossing a small river, which made a bit of sense to me. But I'll be waiting to hear your thoughts. All of you, where did the cabs decide to make such a dangerous move? And seeing the last one leap in the water, I think that was very special. But all said and done, good news, the whole family is safe. At one point, I was on the edge of my seat when I saw the fourth cab being dragged by the stream down. Not sure they want to climb the tree again, and I'm looking at that tree. It's got like claw marks if you look carefully at the base of it. MGN, great comment that throw filters. I agree with you, MGN. And stay tuned, MGN, watching these cabs, because they might be giving us more exciting actions. I'll not be surprised if they climb this tree again, MGN. Keep watching. And I was saying the one on the left there at the base, not sure it got some claw marks. And if those claw marks, they could be coming from a lion or lioness. Consulting detective, good morning. I don't know whether it's your good morning where you are. And I really like your comment. And you're saying these cabs have a death wish. Consulting detective, I'll say a big jumbo to you, because just like these cabs, you have made my day that they have a death wish. I mean, because what they did, I've never seen that before. I'll be talking to my friends later, like James Henry, and ask him whether he has seen cabs of that age behave like that. I haven't seen. And again, I wouldn't want to think why they would want to take such a dangerous move trying to cross a deep stream, fast flowing, and it was about, what I'm looking at it from where I am, is about 3 meters, 4 meters wide. But they made it. We have always known cats to be good swimmers. Leopards are very good swimmers. But there's one particular cheetah in the Mara, I think you all know, called Malaika, who we think could have been washed away by the Mara River. Angela, you're saying they wanted to be adventurous. And I think, Angela, that's a possibility. Because they may want to show Mom, look at us. Many times you leave us, you go feeding. But when you leave us, see what we're capable of doing. And Angela, it's possible. They just want to show Mom, we're growing well, our muscles are good, look at our skills, we can swim. But for the fourth one, it was a bit tricky and a bit worrying for me. I wouldn't imagine I would have lost her. Having not seen them for 6 days, this is not the day I would want to lose either, and especially being drowned by this stream here. Good job, you lionesses are doing very well. Quite typical to see them sleeping with their heads up like that. As they said earlier, I might spend another 1 hour here. It could be a day, and I'm sure you'll get me right here when we come back.
It's always nice when you see the interaction of the cubs, how playful they are, especially after the rains and the sun shining on them. We have a raptor here, a very big raptor by the name of Bateleur eagle. These eagles are one of my best eagles, simply because these eagles take a long way before they become fully mature and have the full color plumage. This bird can take up to 7 years before it gets the full color plumage, the pink legs and the red on the eye. Now, these birds have very sharp eyesight. We have visions that help these birds because look at where he's perched. So birds can see in color, and the reason why they can see in color, they have what we call the rods that are sensitive to light, and we have the cells that are sensitive to darkness. So these special cells have what we call the oil droplets that helps them to see in the color vision. So the color vision also helps them, especially when they're identifying whatever they're eating. So, for example, if there are some caterpillars, the color vision always allows them to identify the sign of insects that are very, very toxic, especially from insects like the monarch butterflies. This is very interesting to watch this bird. Look at how he's perched, very concealed, doesn't see anything around, but you can really tell that. Look at how he's preening himself. These birds have a preening gland at the back of their body, which they help them when they are preening or cleaning their feathers. This bird only lays 1 egg. So can you imagine in a nest, if the nest is tampered with or maybe something else comes and breaks the nest, then that's it. They don't lay an extra egg after one has been destroyed or maybe taken away. This bird got its name from the French, or the tightrope walker, because it has a very no tail. An interesting bird to watch. I'm going to sit around here to see what he's going to do next. And as you wait there, jump into another safari vehicle.
It's just something about sitting here and watching these beautiful little animals emerge from their burrow, and how they all just stand together, enjoying the sun. It's something that I think we should adopt and take with us. Enjoying the sunrise is a very important thing, as well as enjoying the sunset. watching this beautiful rhythmic cycle of the sun and the moon rising and falling. Very beautiful. So all members are up, so the all clear has been given, and all members are up and about. You can see those sub-adults. Kay Williamson asked a question there, would they attack a snake if they came close to the pups? Kay Williamson, yes. Being in a group like this, they can actively defend themselves from predators. So if there was a snake in the vicinity, and if they had the option to move away, they definitely would. But mobbing behavior is a very efficient way on how you can deter something that is a threat to you. Having multiple individuals, you can be quite a dominating force to deter something as aggressive as a snake. And snakes here do predate on meerkats, especially things like Cape cobras. Very quick and very dangerous snake within this area. So yeah, they would actively defend, but you don't want to engage in conflict. So mobbing behavior, and once they feel like they've got enough space between them and the snake, they'll more than likely move off. You don't want to put yourself in harm's way. But being in a group like this, 6, they're still quite a dominating force. You get groups from anywhere from 6 up to 15, and large groups, you can have large groups up to 40 individuals in a group. So 40 meerkats mobbing one snake, I'm sure the snake would definitely be scared in that situation. But their teeth, they can definitely nip and bite at something that's a threat. They've got sharp little teeth. They are lightning quick. And just being multiple members is just overwhelming. I've seen them, unfortunately, drag out a little African wildcat, a group of 30 meerkats. They were busy foraging one day and they got to a burrow system, and their behavior changed suddenly. In a couple of minutes, one individual went down, and then they actually drew out, they actually grabbed this baby African wildcat, because an African wildcat is a threat. They dragged this thing out, and a group of 30 ganged up on this little wildcat and unfortunately killed it. But that's the way in of being out here. You need to defend yourself at all costs. So either you become food or you defend yourself. Sociable animals like this definitely do have a stronger foot to stand on than being by yourself. Being solitary in this environment, you're definitely going to be caught somewhere along the lines. So a little bit of basking sun, using those tummies as solar panels, absorbing as much solar radiation as well from the sun. And look how the tail is used to prop themselves up, enabling them to create a greater surface area to absorb sunlight. So that's one advantage, to warm up in the mornings, but then also when they're busy foraging through the longer grass, to stand up on those 2 legs and have a bit of height is vital. Is the alpha female here? Indigo girl? Yes, she is. She's actually on the far right-hand side frame. Glenn will show you right now. Behind camera this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is Glenn. There's the alpha. Looking healthy, looking good. We haven't seen any stain marks on the beta yet. So I'm almost sure that unfortunately those little ones have been lost. It's a very sad thing, but something that just happens. But coming to the rainy period now, hopefully we'll get back into that phase, and hopefully soon enough we will have some new additions that we can hopefully follow up on. A little bit of maintenance happening there. So there'll be 1 or 2 individuals that will clear out these burrow systems now to ensure that it's open and free of debris.
Beautiful. So now we're sitting here with bull giraffe. And then just feeding right there. I'm just going to roll forward a little bit. And looks like he's just happy. Giraffe, early morning feed. And as you can see how tall he is. And he can be easily around 5.5 meter tall. And it's a fully grown giraffe. See how dark it gets. A lot of time, of course, coloration, it's depend on this animal. Sometimes you find a very dark color, pale, sometimes just a little brownie showing up there. And then of course something to do with gene pool, where maybe the father or mother was dark or pale. You find that animal picks up the coloration from there. See how you're trying to, when I look in that tree there, is not a lot of a green, but it's probably, it's trying to take pretty much end of growth of that tree that's taking place. You can see how he uses prehensile tongue, very wide and longer, and able animal to feed enough. And they're all beautiful animals built up with very, very high shoulder and the lower back. And that animal can't believe they can pick speed up to about 50 kilometers an hour when they have to. And looks it's just gonna march along, probably not along the road. And you can see how he moves. One side move and the other side move, but at the same time. So a lot different to most other animal. I think also camel do the same. It's probably long bull right now that we can see, but this has typically happened for giraffe, where you find a female herself sometimes, male himself sometimes, and they separate quite easy. And not to find one another quite easy, you know, just because of mainly they rely on sense of sight when they have to see one another from distance, or scent, where they would, you know, tell if the other partner's been in that tree or in the area by smelling at them. But they don't like making sound, so that's probably why they are always separated. Giraffe is one of the animals that can stand and fight for their rights of survival. Where Pride of Lion, they trying to catch this animal, but from standing right there, it's got to be very technique. Pride can able to try him, because definitely look at this leg. He use them for a kick. Kick's very powerful kick. Both legs do kick. Possible of results of lion die if there's a chance. Comes quite easy when that animal's running, when a lion chases it down to slop into kind of drainage line system or paved road or rocky sections. Mainly giraffe just slip her down and lions into the neck, and the suffocation take place. But other than that, it's very slightly different, very difficult for the lions. So it's just gonna try and follow him a little bit. It seems to be very good to us. It doesn't actually move away from us, but it's probably the way of how you're gonna move around, eat, but also trying to smell where the other friends could be. And they're not territorial for sure. Looking at the size of this bull, fully grown, so independent already.
Very good, Andrew. Follow the giraffe, and I'm sure there's no way you can miss the giraffe because of their sizes. Unlike me, who got the calves now, which I think after a lot of playing, a lot of swimming in the river, they have decided to take a break or the auntie or the mother after them have a bit of rest, and then we'll see what happens much later on. And I'm still enjoying the comments from consulting detective that these cabs had a death wish. I mean, that has also made my day as I saw them trying to cross this small stream here. I've always said that Mara River is the river of death and life, and also a very dangerous river to cross. But today I've learned there are smaller streams or rivers that could also be dangerous. Between the two lions, the four cubs are there. And I would imagine just like the babies, they could be having a nap. Well, a few more minutes here, and then I'll be heading out.
So we've just found a very well camouflaged little pearl-spotted owlet. Right in the middle of the screen there. He blends in very, very well, and he's all puffed up. Looks like he's just scanning his surroundings for the moment. Now, there are two owls out here, or owlets out here, that look very similar. Watch the back of the head there quickly. You'll notice that he has two black spots on the back of the head. When he turns the head there, you can see it on the right-hand side again. Now, those we call false eyes, and that's to deter predators. So if a predator sees him from the back, it looks like that owl's facing it. So that would hopefully then deter the predator from attacking it. And you'll see that a lot on moths and other creatures as well. Now, we often see these little owls during the day. They'll actually hunt during the day, unlike other owls. But like I was saying, so there are two owls that look very similar. So the one's called a barred owlet. I'm going to quickly show you in the book here. One's called a barred owlet, and it's this one over here. And you can see it's got bars on the chest. It also doesn't have the false eyes behind the head like the little spotted owlet. And there's the pearl spotted. You can see the chest is more streaked, also very prominent white eyebrows, and then they've got the small spots on the head. Now let's go back to that little owl, and we'll see. Let's see if we can find him again. He is still there, but geez, he blends in very, very well. There we go. That's on it. Now, so you notice the white spots on the forehead that we were just looking at in the book? And then obviously those black spots behind the head, that gives it away, if you can see behind the head. He's watching us. Now they'll mostly feed on insects, but you'll see them catching small rodents and maybe even little lizards as well. I was saying you often see them hunting during the day, but he seems very sleepy. See his eyes closing there. It is nice and cool. So we're very close to the riverbed now, and this is generally quite a good area for us to find owls, and even the larger kinds of owls. The big Verreaux's eagle owl, the spotted eagle owl, and we've seen it quite a few nests along the riverbed as well. So there might be a chance that we spot some of the larger owls as we go along as well. We'll be looking out for them. He's quite lucky that there aren't any other birds around him. Quite often you'll see, if there are arrow-marked babblers or starlings or helmet shrikes around, they'll actually mob these little owls and they'll try and get them out of the area. Because if this owl sees small chicks in a nest somewhere, it could potentially try and catch that. So these other little birds don't want this owl around. Right, I think we're going to continue and we'll see what else we can find.
Can you guys find the meerkat? You want to come say good morning? Come say good morning. So where the movement is, there's another entrance to this den or warren system. You've got to take into consideration that this burrow system has multiple entrances and as well as exits. In case there's a threat, they can make a quick escape. Wow, look how beautiful that is. Like the king of the castle. So now that the animal is pointed directly into the sunlight and our position, you can see how efficient those dark rings are around the eyes. And as well as seeing that darker chest and belly section. So it's literally like a solar panel just absorbing so much solar radiation. How beautiful. So all members are going to join up there. There's been a little bit of maintenance. There's been a little bit of grooming. But right now they're just warming up, allowing the sun just to kickstart the bodies. And you'll see within the next half an hour they'll move off for the day's foraging. They might come back to this burrow tonight, or they might select another burrow. Within the territory, these little animals are territorial. Their territory can be anywhere. Some territories have been clocked at 15 kilometers, but on average a territory would be around about 3, which is very large for such a small little animal. On average it'll be about 3 to 5. That's phenomenally big, but they've got to have a large area to roam in because of the resources. And each day selecting a different route so they don't apply more pressure onto the area that they foraged at yesterday. So allowing the area that they were busy in yesterday, busy finding food, to recuperate and regenerate, giving things time. So this little warren has about 6 entrances. Big warrens can have up to nearly 90 entrances. I mean, that's a very, very large communal warren or den. And the position there, take a look at the claws. Very, very long claws, enabling these little animals to dig like they do in search of prey, but then also really important tools for them to shift soil to dig these warrens or burrow systems. They're around about 2 centimeters long, which is very long for such a tiny little animal. Oh, he's falling asleep. We have seen young pups that have emerged from the burrow system early morning, and they're obviously still snoozy, and you'd see them doze off, and we've even had a few of them doze off and roll down into the burrow entrance. It can become quite comical in the early mornings. these little scaly feathered finches jumping around the burrow over here. More than likely picking up seeds which have been blown in from the wind. We've had a few windy days here and there. Oh. And they're predominantly seed eaters, so definitely snacking on seeds around this burrow system.
How lucky. Isn't this just amazing? We've managed to get Tandy with the help of the other guides. She's giving us a nice walk by. Look at this gorgeous girl. Are you looking for James? Right by the vehicle now. Okay. Well, that was cool. She's now behind us. Alright, let us move. BK, can you see if she's gone past? Okay. Just to make sure that she's comfortable to move. Weaver's Nest. Sometimes you'll see her squat next to the vehicle. And if I start up, she'd get a bit of a fright. Isn't this awesome? So she's on, or when we just saw her walk by, she was in the junction of the fire break and Weaver's Nest Road. So that's in the south. Hopefully we'll be able to, oh, there she is. Let's see if we can get a view again. She's taking it very, very easy. Okay, let's just wait it out here, because I know that she's somewhere in this area and I don't want to bash around her too much. Just see her. Just. Okay, she should pop out. She's still mobile. She's gonna go up into that mound. Okay, let me reverse a little bit and see if you get the gap. She's on top of that mound. Big tree or small tree behind me? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, she's on top of the mound. I'm just glad to have found her. I found her pretty much when you came to us. Oh, I've got another quick view. It's just a small gap there, BK. There we go. Another quick view of her. She is looking out, I suppose, for any potential meals, but no sign of the cub just yet.
Leopard's always beautiful to see, and I'm sure if a leopard comes across this baby giraffe, definitely go after. Now here we have 2 or 3 small giraffe calves. Very cute looking. Now giraffes will come into a traditional calving ground every year, even if it means to leave their home ranges. So we call these traditional calving grounds as nurseries. So giraffe females, when they give birth, they will come into a particular area where they give birth and make sure that their calves are safe. Look at this open space. The grass is short, so the mother giraffe, even though they leave their calves by themselves during the day, they are rest assured that there's no predators around this area. They don't live very far because they have to watch over for predators. The reason being, when they accompany themselves with these calves, they can be vulnerable to hyenas, leopards, and even lions. So they are left by themselves on their own to wander or graze or browse near a specific area. Look at that mom giraffe bending the neck to eat the fresh sprouts that have come after the rain. Now, giraffe herds can mix up sometimes. We have in social interaction in which giraffes are mostly seen walking around together with females and males. Bulls sometimes not join the herd. They wander off by themselves, try to find herds that are with females that are receptive or maybe ready to mate. Look at how majestic that giraffe is walking. So these are all females because we can see about 4 calves around them, so cute and fluffy. Even though these giraffes are very tough, they have very tough legs, bones that are able, when a giraffe it comes around lions, they defend themselves by kicking. They have very strong leg bones that one kick can kill a fully grown lion. So these 2 calves here are very, very cute. Look at them. They can fall prey to those lions, but they can run very fast. I reckon this is almost like 2-month-old because I can still see the umbilical cord. Look at the fluffy horns. It looks like she has 4 horns. At birth, a baby giraffe can weigh up to 80 kilos and reach up to 6 feet tall. Even though they are very, very agile or delicate looking, they can at least outrun a predator. So when the moms are grazing with them, they keep their distance away from the calf, not to deter predators into that direction. So this can be sometimes very, very good to see, and sometimes fatal to see when you see predators walking around. If hyenas come here, definitely they'll go after the calves. But these moms are very, very experienced, such that they will protect the cows by leaving them in a certain area and walk in an area where they can always watch over their calves. These are called the Maasai giraffes. They cover a range from the Masai Mara all the way down to Serengeti. But in Kenya, we have about 3 subspecies. We have the reticulated giraffe found in northern Kenya, and we have an endangered species called the Rothschild giraffe. Now look at how majestic she's walking. The legs moving side by side. That's called a gait walk. Giraffes can run very fast. Even though you see that giraffe walking slowly, they can at least gallop for up to 50-55 kilometers an hour. They also can jump very high. I once saw a giraffe jump about a 1.5 meter high fence. They're very selective feeders. They browse from one tree to another, always getting the fresh shoots, especially after the rains now. The fresh sprouts that have come on these small twigs and branches, they are able to eat by having an advantage of a long neck. I'm sure she's got something. Look at how tall that can be. Good stretch. Look at the tongue. They have a long tongue as well that helps them browse on that high. Some people ask the collective name of giraffes. So when a giraffe is standing like that, we call it a tower. And when they're walking, we call that a journey. Very cute looking giraffe. See, when they're standing tall, they watch the surrounding area for predators. The reason I say it's selective, look at how she just did. Just picked some few twigs from that tree and then walked over to a different tree. I'm gonna wait here and see where they're going to, because this is so cute. Especially seeing those calves there. See, one is just standing behind the mom. As we wait here, see what their next move and where they're going, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
What a beautiful view that these meerkats are giving us this morning, and a beautiful angle that Glenn's getting us on these amazing little creatures. Look at the little one on the right hand side there, busy doing a little bit of yoga. Sun salutation. I think it's the yoga instructor on the left hand side, busy instructing the little one. Stretch, big yawn. Up. Warming up, stretching the muscles. Whoops. Little roly-polies. So recognizing meerkats, we can recognize meerkats from their facial features, from the shape of the face and as well as those dark rings around the eyes. They all look very similar when you start looking at them, and it takes a little bit of time to start picking out the fine details into the sky that each meerkat will have. You can see how that individual looks straight up into the sky, scanning for any aerial predators. Those are big threats to meerkats. And having very cute eyesight enables them to pinpoint any airborne attacks.
Looks like Tandi's about to launch an aerial attack of her own. She's very interested in something over on the other side, and she's on top of a termite mound now, which is great for us because it means that she's static. But I almost don't want to say that in case I jinx it. It's been much easier to follow her through this thicket, knowing that she could give us the slip, and just relaxing into it and being anxious about getting the slip from her. So we've had a nice little journey through the bush to this point. And she's still basically near the fire break. She's just moving more west. We saw some warthogs as well close by, but she didn't seem interested in them, and they actually weren't very skittish, which I found interesting. But there were a couple of big males. I think they would probably have weighed more than Tandi does. Cam Hopper, a very pertinent question. Where is her cub? Give me a second. Mish, is that you on Weaver's Nest?
That's affirmative.
Okay, you can turn west into the block. I just saw your vehicle. Cam Hopper.
The cop is you west of me.
The cub is was last seen on Torchwood. I would love to see her cub. I've only seen him once. So I would love to see him. And the time we'd get to see him most would be when she has a kill. She feels nice, safe, secure. Kill is stashed, and the cub would come through. Now those are the moments in which we can kind of reliably count on seeing the cub. At other times we definitely could as well. It would just have to be at the right place at the right time. But she'll give us signs if her cub is close by. She would chuff, you'd hear the cub chuffing, you'd hear her calling for it. But I think this morning she's out on the hunt. Cub safely stashed somewhere. I don't know, but I feel like the Mulwati would not be a bad place to stash my cub if I'm at this point in the reserve. Torchwood would be a bit far to keep him there while she's west of the central parts of Djuma, but not impossible also. She's looking great. She looks in really good condition. She doesn't actually look very skinny. She looks like she might have eaten something small recently, perhaps a scrub hare. Just beautiful. There really are no words to describe the beauty of a leopard. Truly is indescribable. So special to be able to see one. It's not something that many people in their lives ever get to see. Yet we get to see them and get to know them. Look at those whiskers blowing in the breeze. I'm so thankful that she's been this static for this long. Look at the ears turning, trying to pick up as much sound as she can. All those little hairs helping. And trying to pick up as much of vibration as possible. It's a good time for predators to be hunting. It's overcast. Last night, remember I told you it was getting quite cool towards the end of the day, even though we had 100-degree-Fahrenheit weather when we started the afternoon drive. But it cooled down a lot, and then this morning it was even drizzling just a little bit and overcast, and that's great for predators. It means that they will not overheat too much. They'll still obviously exert themselves and produce a lot of heat within their bodies, but means they can cool down quicker and they don't have to compete with the heat of the sun as well. I'm not sure if you heard in the background there was African grey hornbill that was calling, which is very, very pretty. Silence and focus, I feel, is Tandi's disposition this morning. I hope that she manages to get a meal. So focused. Often like this, you want to hang back and just give her as much space as she needs, because you don't know if she's managed to get her eye on something that we can't see. But it doesn't seem that way just yet. She's looking around, so she's still scanning the area. She actually looks like she's getting into a bit of a comfy position. Hopefully she does, and she remains followable, or at least a little bit static, so we can view more of her.
On a giraffe now.
Sorry about that, guys. We're trying to figure out who else wants to come see Thandi. It's a very busy time, of course. The weekend. Sometimes you forget it's the weekend here. Out in the bush. I wanted to reposition so we could get to see the front of her, because she's clearly not focused on anything and is enjoying this view from the top of the termite mountain. That's very advantageous, because it means that she can get quite a good look. In fact, I'll use the cameramen as an example. They sit higher than us, and often, in fact, I'd say more than half the time, they can spot things before we do. That height offers a really good advantage. I wonder where she'll be going. She could go to Treehouse Dam from here. It is a route that I've seen her take before. Come off the fire break, go to Treehouse Dam, through the Hyena Den Road, and back out again. Hi, Anna Marie. You'd like to know if Thandi's cub has an official name yet? He does not. He will only get a name between a year and a half. Before that, cub mortality is so high that it really is painful to name them. 40 to 60% cub mortality. And that goes for, obviously we focus a lot on our leopards. And when it comes to naming the leopards, it's not just us that names them. It's the lodges that are involved in finding the leopard, the territory of the leopard if it expands over lots of properties, and all those people are involved in the naming of the leopard. Now you might wonder that our hyenas were named sooner than a year, and that's because we are the only ones that use those names. Lodges don't use those names. So there isn't a grand process. And the cub mortality of hyenas are also around the same. Look at that face. Just lovely. Well, I'm going to... Actually, let's just wait it out. But if we manage to get a gap in front of her without disturbing her, we'll get a nice full view of her face in a bit.
Back to our giraffes. They've moved closer to where we are. The calves, you can see them walking slowly and curious about the attention of passing by vehicles. So these moms, I'm suspecting they want just to go and browse somewhere, and they'll leave them here. A little while earlier, we saw one of the giraffes drinking. Oh, look at that. So cute. See how fiddly their legs are? They can run super fast, those calves. So these two closest to us, Big James is going to pan slowly to the right. He wants to get a share of that grass there, but still so curious. Look at how cute they are. I like giraffes when they're young and tiny because they have those fluffy heads there. But can you imagine these tiny giraffes will one day be more than 5.5 meters? They will learn that survival trait by sometimes when they play what we call play fight. If they're males, then one day they'll become territorial bulls. And if they're females, they'll one day have tiny calves like their size. Now at this age, they can outrun a predator. So when mom is away from them, actually mom will walk up closer to the predators to prevent these young ones from getting caught by any of the predators, giving them a more safer place if they run. Now these two might be possibly be cousins, and if they're females, they'll all remain in one herd. So I'm sure mom is going to leave them soon, and while they're out here, they'll be playful, watching over other antelopes, zebras and wildebeest. So if any of those give an alarm, they'll also run away and hide from predators. Sometimes when they're left by their own, they will lie down on the grass, not concealing themselves. Look at the hair, look at the mane. Look like it went for a hairdo. So cute. Remember, we're coming to you live. #WildEarth for our young viewers. Questions at wildearth.tv. And on the YouTube comment section at AFC. Please send us your questions and we'll be ready to answer. These giraffes are so cute. I can spend the entire day with them. Look at how majestic they walk. And sometimes it's always beautiful when you see them running and chasing each other around. I'm sure they're following mom. So I'm just going to turn around and see the rest of the herd, where they're heading to. Let's follow these cuties and see where they're going.
Look at this beautiful, incredible bird here, a red-crested coran. This is actually a female. But what really is outstanding here for me, it's how the bird blends in so well with the background or where it's situated now. It's just amazing. So she's not a male because she's a little bit small in size, and we just had like a proper look while she was facing in our direction, and we could see she only have the black part only in between her legs and down to the back of her vent, and then the male will have a beautiful black from his chest all the way down to his tail area. They look like, more or less like an ostrich, but they're actually not an ostrich. They're also known as a suicide bird, just because of how a male will erect his, especially in like displaying, he will erect his red crest and fly up in the sky and almost like, fold his wings and his legs, and as he's about to hit the ground, then he will just like unfold his feet. It's very, very much amazing actually observing them. You can see it's a little bit windy. You can see the grass just around here, but the camouflage is just amazing. Yeah, I really like how they all blend in. And this also play a very crucial role, I guess, special since they are ground birds. So nesting in ground, feeding in ground, doing most of the thing in the ground, you're going to have some adaptation to sort of help you. You see, when Audi zoomed out, you could not really see if there's something there, but as you zoom in, then that's where one will notice that there's actually something there. We actually lost her 3 or 4 times since we've been here, just because of this unique camouflage that this bird have. Just beautiful watching them just lying in that next to that log.
Oh, it looks like just as you came to us, she had her eyes closed and she took a deep breath in and opened her eyes. It looked amazing. It looked like she was in a shoot of some sort, which I suppose she is. So obviously still in the same place, still scanning around. We've moved just a little bit so that we can see her beautiful face. Still keeping a good distance. Love it. You watch them for a little while. The way that they react to something. She just saw something caught her attention. You saw the little movement in her neck and head. Such a stunning leopard. The pose is also priceless. I feel like she might be getting a little bit sleepy though. There's some heaviness in her eyes. Her pose looks very much like a house cat. Dr. Rocky Balboa, you'd like to know, how do we find the leopard without a collar? Is it just luck? It certainly is luck. But it's also a bit of knowledge about the territories of the leopards and their routine, and as well as tracks. So I'd say it's 70% luck. But like I said, you'd know their routine. So in a normal day, we have no leopard to start the morning off with. The thing we would listen out for are calls. Can we hear the leopard sawing? If we hear a leopard sawing, that's a great way to start off your search. You'd go in the general direction, and then you'd look for tracks. Then you'd listen out for alarm calls. Those are calls that other animals will make to alert each other and the leopard to the fact that they know a predator is here. Impalas, good for that, but kudu are are the best at letting us know that 100% there is a leopard here. So that's the first way you'd go about your search. That's the methodical way to go about your search. Then you'd also, within that search, be able to tell what leopard you're possibly going to get because of the territory. Leopards have territories, so we know that there's this many males here. If I see a male track, it's going to be this individual. But then I also know that this individual's territory does not only overlap on Djuma, it's also befulsuk for Tingas, with Tingana as an example there. So the first place I'd want to look is on the boundary if he's crossed out of the property. So you use all these bits of information to guide your search for the leopard. Other times it's just luck. You just drive, you stumble upon Thandi. Like the vehicle who had found her initially. We came in just after that. The vehicle that found her initially was just driving off the property. Or at least on the southern boundary when they found her. It seems incredibly difficult to be able to look for leopard, and really it is, and we're spoiled here that we have so many that we know so well and that we actually manage to find.
Beautiful. Tandish is one of the beautiful cats around here. I'm glad that she's been seen this morning. Here we're sitting with beautiful eagle, brown snake eagle. As you can see, these eagles, well designed with very much, I know it's kind of already wind picking out, but you usually see the bigger head. But you see it's big, it's very sharp, and also bright eye, yellow eye. And then when you look in their talons, they don't have a lot of feathers, so can't compare them to a true eagles. These are associated on snakes, deal with the snakes. That's their diet. And their diet, snakes, lizard, and those. And of course, see them fight with snakes. Really, it's a very interesting battle to watch. Finally, this eagle win. Because snakes sometimes will trying to bite. All this eagle does is trying to defend, not to be bitten anywhere around the body or the neck, but they will allow their scales, leg to deal with the whole killing situation. Also, as you can see, its beak is very sharp, and it's in one bite, and it's already opened the tummy of a snake, right and open, very quickly. So this time of the day, as you can see, it's looking around right up in that tree there. They're very good eyesight, scanning in the ground for possible any movement of, could be any lizard, snakes and those type. Would it be spotted from that height? You can already see that eagle fly right down to the ground, into a prey. You see they go for big snakes. Even a puffer there out here, it's a very decent snake. And of course, it's been seen preying on black mamba, which is one of the deadly snake out here. There was one. So that eagle can deal with venom snakes that occurred in the area here. But they're very flighty. I'm so surprised that we get so close look to him or her. Usually males are smaller, female are bigger than a male. So we will leave this bird on its hunt and carry on look for possibly another animal.
Gaan. Is dit agter die aerial? Agter die palms. Op die bank. Hey, kyk vir jou. It's actually mooi, nee. Kyk hoe groot ore.
sorry about that, guys. But again, we're back here with Thandi. She hasn't done much. Still scanning about. She looked at first like she was going to have a nap. But no, still very, very alert. Now we were talking about how we managed to find the leopards. And there's actually, it's stopped now, of course, as soon as I want to point it out to you. There were some squirrels alarm calling as well. Another animal that can give us a clue that there's a predator around. Those ones are substantially less reliable than a kudu's alarm call, though. I wonder what's going through her head as she sits there, gazing off into the distance. I guess much like us, if you sit in one spot, you're so much more likely to see movement. Aha, I see something. Louis, you would like to know if she was shaved, will she still have rosettes? It is very likely, in fact, I think it is. I've only seen it with tigers. But the pigment, or the cells that hold the pigment, called melanosomes and melanocytes, they originate in the skin, not in the fur. They just migrate, the pigment just migrates to the fur. So you'll find that animals that are stripy actually do. Stripy or spotty actually will have that on their skin as well. BK, there's some impala in front of us here. There's some impala just there, and there's some elephants as well. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. It's best for us to stay put. There's the elephants. So difficult to see. She's walking in that direction. I can't see the impala anymore. I can still see the elephant straight in front of us.
For some reason I got mobile in a westerly direction.
I wonder what she's gonna do. Oh, I can just see her. She's gonna pop up in front of the elephant, closer to us. There she is. Quite a few elephants coming through. Look at that. Look at that. Wasn't that awesome? I really, really love it when you see two animals occupying the same space, especially if they're interacting. But that was lovely. I just wanted to get sufficiently far before we try to move. in a way that would indicate to me that she's got her eye on something and she's not that far from it. Of course, there are branches and things in front, but at this point I'm not going to move for a bit of view. You see, as soon as she pounces, she makes that movement, then we can move. But it's so crucial at this point to just let it unfold. I'm just taking my binos out. See if I can see what she sees, because I see some brown, but I don't know if it is an impala. No, it's not. It's just some sand. But obviously she sees something that we don't. I can still see the elephant though. At this stage, I think she's just keeping a low profile because of the elephants. The impala that we saw actually further west on the other side of the elephants. I think it'll be fine for us to edge forward. She's quite far away. And I can see the elephant actually right in front of her. So that's why she's keeping a low profile. Don't go too much forward, just a little bit to get past these trees. How's that? That is awesome. Henny, you have asked the classic question. How many spots does a leopard have? Well, Henny, I ask you, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Basically, that is to say that we don't really know, but I will tell you, very few people have counted the spots, but according to one resource, they have around 1,800. I think it was FLIR thermal imaging people had actually counted it. But I certainly haven't. But of course we could do a little transect of a body, but then we'd have to know the whole surface area of a body in order to calculate it. I suppose we could at some point. We get the question so often, we should have a definite answer. I'm going to have to count her spots. All right, we're going to sit here and wait and see if any action unfolds.
Queen of Juma, and very well done, Trish. Not sure how many spots maybe she got. I also be wondering how many stripes. I think it could be a lot easier to tell how many stripes could be on a zebra. And most of the bachelor zebra that have much wider stripes than the other type of zebra that we have here in Kenya, called the gravy zebra, that you'll always find north of the country. We also call them the plains zebra, and you can see they always prefer short grass, nutritious. I didn't expect to see lots of zebras like this time around as we're getting into October, because I'm looking at the bigger herds now, almost south of the Mara, as they're heading towards Serengeti, north of Serengeti, on their annual migration. But it's a good surprise. I mean, and they're not very far from where we saw the two girls, the two lionesses with their full cubs. Now, most of you are asking about Jasiri, and for those of you who know what we're talking about, Jasiri, or for those of you who may not know what I'm talking about, Jasiri is a baby elephant that was spotted here almost 3 weeks ago, a month ago, and she had a bad foot. Her front right foot had an issue, and I haven't seen her for 5 days. I've been in touch with a game warden who spoke to the vet, and the vet has said Jasiri is doing very well. The last I saw her, she had a pretty swollen foot, but what I've just gathered this morning, she is doing very well. And of course, we'll keep updating you on the same, on her progress. And the good news, she got a family now that she is living with. All right, I will move on and maybe find out something else, having seen the zebras, and giving you the latest updates on that baby Jasiri. Jasiri is a Swahili word that means courageous, because we saw her courage and determination to live. We'll take you to another location as I move in to get something else for you later.
I'm so glad for Jasiri. What a wonderful story. I hope that she does very, very well with her family. As for Thandi, she's now getting irritated by some flies, as you just saw. But the other vehicle says that they can see an impala in the distance. At the moment, I can't see it. So we're just going to sit tight and see what happens. Much like her. Starting to warm up a little bit, so I hope that she gets this hunt in before it gets too hot. And if you see a leopard just after they've hunted, they are so tired. They breathe so heavily. Vic, that's an interesting question. You'd like to know if modern cats are a direct descendant of saber-toothed cats. No. So they shared a common ancestor at one point, but that is about it. The whole cat lineage has a portion. I think it's from about 11,000 years ago to, I can't remember, but from about 11,000 years, around that period. Not much is known about how they deviated from that common ancestor. There are very, very few animals that you can say are direct descendants from one prehistoric creature to a modern day animal. And that's because the reason that animals are different is because they once shared a common ancestor. And that's a really important point, because it means that, and this goes for all animals. Ooh, very nice. BK has just pointed out to me that there's some vultures that are riding these thermals. Oh, they must have waited all morning for it. But just back to that question, it's so important to understand that they shared a common ancestor, and it's generally the common ancestor that is very difficult to find and how they diverged, but they are not direct descendants of saber-toothed cats. How cool is that? It's always nice when you see them riding the thermal, and the thermal is basically as the ground heats up from the sun, which is starting to come out at the moment, then the hot air rises, and these animals can use it to carry their weight as they move up. And of course, they can only do that once the ground is sufficiently warm. Marion Johnson, you'd like to know if the elephants can smell her? Yes, they can. And I'm sure that they did, because they've cleared out. And when we saw them clearing out, they had stiff tails. It looks like it was actually a bachelor herd. It was not a breeding herd, so just about 3 males together. And they had stiff tails. And in fact, just when we pulled up and we saw the elephant behind her, she's in this position, just before we got there, he shook his head in this direction, but we are way too far for him to have shaken his head at us. So they could definitely smell him. Elephants have an excellent sense of smell. Look at this focus. I'm sure she's gonna get a meal this morning. She looks very determined. I think where the impala are behind those bushes. It's always so tense when you are watching a hunt or potential hunt. And I really hope that she will be successful, and we're going to stick around here, of course, with her for as long as we can.
You know, when you're following a leopard and happens to find food, it's always interesting how they play the stalking game. Out here in the savannah, we have a stork-like bird, but it also looks like an eagle. We call it the secretary bird. You can recognize the bird by its very long legs, an eagle-like head and body, and the crane-like size. So this bird has specialized in taking down snakes. Hence its name, Sagittarius serpentarius, eating on serpents, snakes. When they walk like this, they'll flush out mice, rodents, and sometimes snakes. I once saw this bird take down a fully grown pufferder. I tell you, there was a big fight there, but eventually the secretary bird won. Between their feet, they have a lobe that when they find snakes, they use that to launch on the snake's head to kill them. These birds, you always encounter them walking, but they actually roost on trees. They come in pair, and they have what we call monogamous pair. So this bird, they have what we call similar sexes. Both the male and the female look alike, and sometimes we find it difficult to distinguish between the two. When they're walking like this, they're always silent, not to flash out or disturb or deter others, whatever they're eating. So we're going to wait here and see what he will find, hoping to see if he can get a big snake.
From one bird to another. Very remarkable to see the diversity of birds. And we've been seeing a lot of male ostriches. Ostrich. This is a female. You can see the coloration of the plumage. It's got this drab brown sort of color to it. Distinctive of female plumage, where male will have that jet black plumage with the white wingtips. You can see from the behavior that the animal is actively feeding, head going down, and she's picking up material from grass seeds to flowers, and she's actually storing it in the bottom section of her beak there before she's accumulated enough material. Once she has, she'll actually swallow it. And remarkably, when an ostrich swallows its food, you can actually see that lump of material go down the neck. Glenn just mentioned how beautiful the landscape is, got its morning coat on, and how beautiful it is to see this two-toned color scheme with the red earth, the green trees, and then that dark grayish, brownish color of the mountains. So what got our attention initially is that this female was displaying in somewhat. But she's moved off just behind the bushes where we don't have a great view of her now. Hopefully she'll pop out there soon. Let me just try and roll back here for us guys. Just give me 1 second. See if we can get another view of her here. So this might be a pair and there might be a nest somewhere close by. Obviously you want to make sure when you're walking out here that you give these nests a wide berth, because the female and the male can be quite aggressive, using that very, very large front toenail as a vicious weapon. Welcome to Carl's Eco Tours. We're going on hopes and dreams here. There we go. Obviously minimizing our noise so we don't disturb too much, and there we go. There we go. Oh, she doesn't want to be seen. So obviously a very unique bird, largest bird there is, fastest bird. They weigh up to about 120 kilograms. It's very heavy for a bird. And nesting on the ground, you would find that a female would nest with other females in a communal nest. Hopefully we can find one along the lines.
There we go. So we have managed to actually spot the impala now, and the impala has not alarmed at all. Head down and feeding. He occasionally lifts up his head, figures something is not right, but now head down again, feeding. She is not far at all. She'll wait till she gets a good close distance. She's gonna wait for at least about 10 meters. And also remember that this can happen at any time. So if you are sensitive, I will remind you again. And she gets closer, but it could happen at any moment. And then you might want to look away. So tense. actually using that mound for cover now. Can you see that small mound? The wind is moving from the south to the north. She's moving from the east to the west. So it is possible that the impala will be able to smell her if there's just a slight directional change. Look at this, look at this. Now it's time to sit and watch. We want the hunt, or she would want the hunt to be a successful one. She's not going to try for nothing. She's going to sit, watch. When the time is right, she'll be up and ready to pounce. You know, a hunt can take 20 minutes, happen all of a sudden, or it can take 3 hours. And she's going to take as much time as she needs to make sure it's successful. And we're going to stick with her for as long as we can. Hopefully, watch the end of the hunt.
So Ngala's full of surprises this morning. Look what we have here. A leopard on top of this little rocky cliff right on the bank of the Timbavati River. How beautiful is that? I think I've taken about 1 million pictures. So we've managed to identify him as the Makoti male. So still a young male leopard. It's so nice to have such a nice view of him. I actually haven't seen him in quite some time now. He's been eluding us, as leopards do. It's on the lookout. Earlier, or just a few moments ago, he spotted something on the other side of the riverbed, but we couldn't really see what he was looking at. Now, he's got quite a nice vantage point from where he is currently sitting. So I understand why he's up there. Just stretching. Now, if you look at his nose there, once again, you'll notice that it's pink. So that's usually the indication of a younger animal. He's about 2.5 years old now. I love that posture. Front legs stretched out to the front and the 2 back legs on top of each other. He looks very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. Oh, here we go. How incredible to watch him coming down this cliff. What's the next move going to be? Now notice when he walks, he curls up that tail, and if he walks away from us now, you'll see that white patch that's exposed at the tip of the tail. See that? Don't hide from us. I think it's getting a little bit hot up there. The sun just started breaking through the clouds now, so pretty soon he's going to have to look for a shady spot. But there is a bit of a breeze, so I'm sure that's keeping him nice and cool up there. He frequents this area, and we often see him catching bushbuck and duiker sometimes, steenbok, young nyala around this area. It's quite thick. We're actually not too far from our camp. But what an incredible sighting. Now, for those of you that follow Ngala on social media, or for those of you that have been to Ngala before, you might have heard of the Black Dam female. Now, the Black Dam female was his mother, but unfortunately we lost her a while ago when he was about, him and his brother, when they were about 15 months old. His brother disappeared. We don't know where he went or if he survived, but he managed to stick around. It was the funniest thing that, because they should have still been with her when she passed away, you know, they would have stayed with her for a bit longer. And when she passed, we were telling guests that, no, don't worry about the cubs, you know, they'll be fine, they'll be catching mongoose and ground birds and small animals. And then the next day we found them on a massive impala ram, like a big carcass. So you shouldn't underestimate these leopards. Unfortunately, they lost it to hyenas because they weren't, well, at that stage, they weren't strong enough to actually drag it up the tree yet. You can see the grass moving on either side of him. Nice breeze, like I mentioned. I think we'll stay with him for a little while longer and see if he moves.
Well done for the leopard. I think that's leopard number 2 from Tandi, the Queen of Juma, now to that male leopard there. We haven't seen a leopard here in the Mara for a couple of days, and the last one we saw was Romy that I had a few days ago. Now, these elephants were initially spread out like everybody had about 15-20 square feet feeding on her own, but all of a sudden I saw them scamper running, and they have grouped together, and look at their pace. It's very unlike elephants, and I'm imagining a message must have been sent to them by the matriarch. We have to go fast, because when elephants feed, always very slow, very gradual. And even the cattle egrets with them, you can tell they're like following them at a very fast pace, not sure what transpired. It can be they're going to have a drink, because even when they're going to any watering point, they always take their time. So it could have been they must have seen something that did not please the matriarch, and she was like, we need to move and move fast. And I'm sure as soon as they're at a safe or distance, a happy distance from whatever made them move quickly, they'll definitely slow down and go to their normal feeding pace. As much as you see lots of grass that looks dry, Vitality, you're asking if elephants kick out other elephants from the herd. Now, elephants are very social animals. And what happens, every female in the herd remains within the herd. The only elephants to be shown the door will be the males, 10, 12, 14 years, once they get pre-pubic stage, puberty, and they start showing signs of trying to mate, and then the female, and more so the matriarch, will always show them the door. But once in a while we see 2-3 different herds coming together, touching base and feeding together for quite some time. Then after that, you'll see them going different ways. But it's very unusual to see them having some altercations or little fights amongst themselves. But again, as I said, boys, once they get to a particular age, they'll be told it's time for you to move on and go join other boys and form what we call a bachelor's club. But the females, they always stay together. It's time for me now to move and go look for something else. There's one particular area I like passing in a water hole way ahead of me, and I want to swing by there and find out whether there could be any activity as we take you to another location.
On this side, not too much activity. The impala ram has actually moved further away from her. For it to play into her hands, she'd want him to move closer, and then she edges closer, and her distance just gets shorter and shorter. But he's moving further away. That doesn't mean that she won't be able to get him. It just means that the hunt will take that much longer. She is unbelievably patient, as are all animals that hunt out here. Teresa, that's a good question. You'd like to know why leopards wag their tails while stalking. It seems to be an involuntary movement. So some of the theories, because first off, we don't know, some of the theories is that it displays a leopard's mood. So it's feeling a little bit excitable, feeling a little bit anxious with the approaching hunt, in the way that you would maybe hit a pencil if you're thinking, hit it against your desk or things like that with your fingers or in your fingers, you know what I mean. And it may also be a way that the leopard has evolved this motion, this involuntary motion, in order to indicate to following cubs, if they were cubs following her, that she's hunting. So it's a way to say, I'm here, but I'm focused on something. Don't give me away, I'm hunting. And like I said, we don't know. And I think that, well, obviously you know that both males and females do it. But in terms of development, you need it to be carried through the species. So the whole species develops this way to alert the cub behind, or even another individual behind it. But the theory is that it's for cubs. Moinoi, you'd like to know if she does make the kill, will she bring her cub to it? Yes, she will. Her cub will be eating meat. Cub needs to eat. And she would bring the cub to the kill. She could sometimes bring the kill to the cub, like she did with the scrub hare that I saw her with last stint. She took it from somewhere in Juma, walked straight up Mamba Road and into Torchwood. Did not eat the scrub hare at all. Took it straight to share with her cub. So in the case of small prey, she'll take it to the cub. But a big animal like an impala, she will bring the cub here. So she'll stash it in a tree. She'll wait it out a little bit. When she feels confident, she'll go fetch her cub. This is why I doubt that she stashed her cub in Torchwood, because it's such a distance to stash your kill, go to Torchwood and get your cub and come back. So I suspect the cub is somewhere in the Mulwati, and that's only because I've seen him there before. Nothing else gives me that indication. Well, I hope that she'll be successful. But like I said, it can take so long. Well, we're going to sit here, as you know, until the end of show.
Patience is definitely key to this game. We're driving along, sun shining off this beautiful structure caught our eye, and we had to pull the anchors and take a look. Obviously, I'm just walking around, just respectful. In front of me over here is a beautiful ostrich egg, and I don't want to get too close. We do have a male ostrich just behind us here. And just like before, respect is the biggest thing out here. Obviously, I don't want to disturb this area if this is an active nest site. If it was active, you would see a few more eggs. A female could lay up to 12 eggs within a clutch. You'll have a few hens actually laying their eggs within one area or one nest site, let's say at that. Very special to see. So we're just going to take a look at it from a distance for now. And then when we do find another one where we know for sure that we're not going to disturb these animals, we'll take a much closer look at this magnificent egg. It is the largest egg produced by any bird. It is very heavy. It weighs at about 1 kilogram, if not a bit more. And it's the equivalent of, I think it's 20-odd chicken eggs can fit inside one ostrich egg. So the contents within inside there is absolutely incredible. These eggs. I'm seeing some tracks over here around the site, so there is a bird coming in and this area, and you just want to be cautious because an ostrich will not be shy to tell you what it thinks. Very powerful legs, that big front toenail can really inflict a lot of it can really give a nasty kick. So we just wanted to walk around the site just to see what the site looks like, but we're not going to get too close just in case we disturb this very special site. But think about this nest being out here and exposed to all of these elements, especially the sun. This sand could be 40 plus degrees during the summer. So during the daytime, you'll actually have mom and dad covering the eggs to ensure that the eggs, incubate and develop in the correct manner. What would feed on these special things? Oh, a few things, but then you definitely need the tools necessary to get into these it's the thickest shell made by any bird as well in terms of the egg shell itself. So the tools necessary you're going to need either an external tool like a rock, so baboons will be able to pick the eggs up and crack them against rocks, or take a rock and crack the egg on it. And then other animals such as a brown hyena has the jaws powerful enough, and as well as the gape, so the width in which the animal can open up its mouth to fit over the egg and actually break it. And the contents, the protein inside there, the contents is just so rewarding, where animals like brown hyena will actually seek out and eat as many eggs as possible within one nest site. So a risky business, laying your eggs out exposed like this, but the mom and as well as the dad are very, very aggressive when it comes to any type of threat here.
So this leopard got up and he walked across the riverbed right past our vehicle, and it seems like he's heading up onto the other bank. So, beautiful view of that white patch or the white tip of the tail again. So usually when we're looking for them in thick vegetation like this, that's what we'd be looking for. I just can't get over there. There's spot patterns. Gulligad, what will eat a leopard? When they're young, so with concerns to cubs, any predator will try and kill the cubs and might potentially eat it if it's a leopard. But in general, nothing will really eat a leopard. Other carnivores also might try and kill it just to eliminate competition. But yeah, carnivores generally don't eat each other. They'll kill each other just to, get the other carnivore out of the way. But yeah, they don't really eat each other necessarily. But then you do see it every now and again. And if there's a carcass lying out in the open of a leopard, vultures will definitely come down and feast on it. Now just look how well he's camouflaged now. I mean, it would be very easy to miss that if we were driving along the riverbed and we didn't know he was there. You could very easily drive past him like this. He blends in really, really well. Now that spot that he was at just in the previous segment was quite special because that was actually the first place I saw him when he was a tiny little cub. And I remember the moment so clearly, coming down the riverbed and just seeing these two little heads popping up behind one of these rocks here. It was quite a special moment. And he still frequents this area. Nice seeing them grow.
We've come back to where we had our vultures and hyenas eating, but then we came across this lioness. We think that she's the one that made the kill. She looks quite a little bit exhausted, but I think also she was driven away from the kill by the hyenas. It's too hot for her. Look at how she's panting. It looks like she needs to go for some shade. This lioness belongs to a pride called the Ololo pride. And around here, this is possibly their territory. She will be maybe going for a hunt later because we've had lots of lion activity in the past 2 days. If the sister decides to join her, then it will be a good thing to see. Lots of flies cleaning up. They have a very rough tongue, so they sometimes use that tongue to clean themselves. Yeah, a little clean on the face. Is it wake up time for you, lioness? Not quite sure. After the rains, you need to clean up. A little stare there. I can see the flies are bothering her. Better go to some shade. Look at how big she is. Seems like she's been having lots of food. During the migration time, lions get into a feast, and we see their sizes becoming big. If she has cubs at this time, that is very, very nice of her because there's adequate food. She's watching over to see if there's animal passing by. At this time, the plains game will be going for a drink. And these lions get an advantage of walking close to a water hole or maybe the river. Look at how the ears are twitching, trying to get hearing from all the directions. A stare there, something caught her attention. As you wait here with this lioness, we'll take you over to another safari vehicle.
Beautiful. Back into the same area. Looks like a different herd of elephants we find just the western side of Quarantine. Could be the same, but this has actually come from the west, I mean, heading east. And they all see some of them already taking a nap. This is probably the one of the young one that they have still a lot of chance to do that. And they're all just flat. Looks like 3 of them are just flat there. Because the whole herd now is stationary, not moving too much. It's a good chance for those young ones to take it easy, rest, lie down as the herd is stationary feeding around here. And they weren't going to move without them. They also make sure they're all up, and that's how they're going to move. This is how they do elephant. Sometimes you find the rest of them here. Some of them are found in the far left. They're also taking it easy as well. Probably it's one of resting. They can also, take a nap standing right up. But for that, how you know is that animal will freeze. Just like these 2 since we got there, they were doing pretty much the same. Movement is quite a slow motion movement, but switching legs, 1 up, 3 stand, 1 up. So all of them switch to support the whole body of the animal when animal's taking a rest. Sleep for them is probably an hour or hour 30 minutes, depend. But the rest of the time they're gonna be up feeding. So such a big animal, for them to maintain their body weight in terms of feeding, they have to stand and move. I'm gonna chill around here, see if these young ones stood up for us.
So, this leopard has found a really nice spot on the opposite bank now, in the shade of a guari. He's got his head down, and I think this is where he might be resting for most of the morning. Oh, now his head's up. Perfect timing. And he's doing what leopards do best, blending in. It's really nice to see, if you look at the belly there, you'll see that white color on the bottom of the belly, on the side as well. And then they're white on the inside of the legs as well. And then it turns into like a tawny color on the back. And covered with those spots and rosettes. There is a chance that he might not be here for the whole morning. It's still overcast, so it's still nice weather for him to be moving around, especially if he's hungry and he still wants to hunt something. It's not uncommon to see leopards hunting in the middle of the day, or when it's cool in the mornings, even though they do prefer hunting at night because that's when they have the advantage. Thank you so much for joining us for the safari this morning. It's been an incredible morning, as always. And we will be going out again this afternoon. So please make sure you join us for another afternoon safari.
And may include animal